Awesome. Well, thank you everybody for joining us, and welcome back to our 5th day of the Capstone Showcase. We've got Mr. Flores and his team from the Capstone musicianship and creating an album, and we're going to start off today with Segura.
Hello, my name is Sakura. I'm from Japan. Today I will talk about my music capstone project. This is a class of creating an album by Mr. Florence, so my product is basically an album. Before I talk about my process, I will tell you a little bit about me and the reason why I chose this class. I have played the guitar for about 2 years, but I wanted to deepen my musical skills and my involvement with music. Also, I have never created my own songs, so it gives me a great opportunity to meet music lovers and then create my own songs. For me, I consider music is the way to express your feelings, stories, emotions, and memories. With this in mind, I looked for the problem with the project and decided to target the audience of high school students. This is because I feel high school students has many concerns, problems, and events, and even relationships that are unique to students. And I wanted to create songs that could be related to our situations. As I said about my music definitions, I believe music has a power to provide sympathies and comfort. This slide is explaining about my research. I found out that people only listen to the certain type of song. Even though there are many different types and then category of music including different languages, we tend to listen to the most famous or most popular songs based on the global ranking system. But for me, I think we should explore and then find a song that could be related to yourself. Here's my main theme. I want to change the lack of diversity and how music is intrinsically tied to our cultural identity through our school community. So my idea is basically we should explore music more to find different types and an artist of the songs. Here's my album cover, called Like a Dream. I decided to use my first song as my album name. As you can see from the left side, this is my album cover. My sister took me this photo and then I chose this photo to convey the message that it is important to enjoy the music. I have done 3 songs total and every single song has meaning. The first song is about heartbreak. It is called Like a Dream and it's my first song. The second song is called The Flower Has Fallen. It's about confusion and how life is so hard for the high school students. The last song is called Tears and it's about sadness. All of the songs are based on my feelings and what I experienced in high school. By writing the song, I wanted to tell people that you are not alone. Also, when I started writing the songs, I couldn't even think about the structure of the songs or chord progression. But as I continued to make music and learn from my mistakes, I began to think about chords and the structure. This is just one example of my video that I'm trying to write the lyrics and finding code. The next slide is showing my plan. First of all, I focus on what kind of music I want to make and come up with some ideas and a plan for making songs detailed. I decided to write songs about all my experiences and emotions because I think it's an important part of making music. I made a schedule to follow and my plan was to make 4 songs with some collaborations. Here's my process. I start making songs using the guitar. I practiced chord progressions and thought about lyrics as well. After that, I record my voice and the guitar sound separately and my friends Kim helped me to record in the studio. The next step is mixing. I asked Shuntaro and Kim to collaborate with me and they edited my song. These are all my steps in the process of making music. There were many things that were new for me, but because my friends helped me a lot and I also asked questions and learned from the mistake, I could finish my album. Here's my result. I ended up making 3 songs instead of 4 songs because I needed some time to make the quality better and I also wanted to collaborate with people. I've made all the songs in Japanese. The reason is that I wanted to introduce Indonesia Japanese music and the culture with people who are from different countries. And also it was a good choice to use the piano and add some colors and different vibes. I think it was a great opportunity to have a feedback from my friends. It is because they gave me some advice and it helped me to get into the deeper about my music. Here's my solution and action. I have created an account called Saku Music on Instagram. It is because I wanted to give the opportunity to listen to not only my songs but also Japanese songs which I covered. And by doing it, I wanted to spread awareness about my project. My music plan for the future is to upload on music apps such as Apple Music and Spotify to spread my music more. So what's my message? As I believe music is something you can enjoy, relax, and communicate with people. So it was a great opportunity to share my experiences as well as music. My message through the Capstone project is that it is a great thing to correct the beautiful moment in your life and express and create something meaningful to you. So I want people to use music as one of the great resources to relax, enjoy, and make the life better. Thank you for listening to my Music Capstone project video, and I hope you guys like it. Also, please let me know if you guys have any questions or feedback. Also, please follow my music account. It's called Saku Music. Finally, my team is high school, so please enjoy my music along with HP's school life. 目の前にあるすべてを見ててねきっとここにある大切な何かをまだわからないそれでもいいんだよ最後まで多分置いてけないものララララララララララ
Sakura, that was wonderful. Great job, and that music was amazing. Congratulations. We're going to start the Q&A with Mr. Flores. Just a reminder, I'll ask the next question, and then please throw up your hands if you want to ask from the audience.
Sakura, great job. So proud of you and everything that you accomplished. I think of the students in this particular class, you were probably the one that really shared out your music a lot more to the public and to Instagram and things like that. Can you talk about maybe one advice that was given to you by somebody, you know, out there in the world, and some advice that helped you through the process? Any feedback or anything like that that you got?
So like my when I started performing in front of people, it was like really nervous and I wasn't really confident. But then after I kind of get used to it and like having some time to do it, it like become more confident. So like my advice would be like challenge yourself and like try like a little bit more.
Great. You produced 3 songs. You wanted to do 4.
Yeah.
What was the biggest challenge involved with producing all those songs?
I think recording was the hardest part, I guess, because like sometimes the computer doesn't work, so I needed to wait to like search the computer for like 2 hours and just waiting for the like that. So it was really like time consuming.
Right. So on the flip side, what was the best part about recording this music?
I think definitely collaborating with people because I could like enjoy some time with my friends and teachers as well.
Great. I think we've got some audience questions.
Hi, Sakura.
Hi.
I love your music. It's great. Was that one Tears at the end?
Yeah.
That you played? Okay, I'm
Yeah.
definitely listening to it later. My question for you is, I understand lyric writing is very challenging. What was the most challenging part of writing your lyrics to your songs?
I think I had a lot of ideas in my mind, but I think it was difficult to actually write a songs, like put to the word was the most hardest part.
Okay. Hi, Sakura. You're such a talented person I ever met. So, how long did it take you to write a song?
So it depends on the songs, but my first song, I started writing a song when I was in Malaysia, which before I came to HPA. So it took like two years because I started writing a song, but then I stopped writing a song because I didn't know how to finish it. But then after I came here and I found that video, I watched and I was like, oh, maybe I can finish that song. So like I finished, yeah.
Sakura, you talked about not just finding the music that's recommended to you. Who are your influences and who should we be listening to?
Who my like influence?
Yeah, what musicians have influenced you, and then recommend something for us to find that's not one of the top charts.
Maybe I think my friends, like all of my classmates, influenced me a lot, and all the like Japanese singer and the English songs as well was like influenced.
Great. Awesome. Well, Sakura, that was beautiful music, and I'm excited to get onto your Instagram and listen more. So congratulations on this great capstone.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Roy joining me up here. Yeah, Roy.
Hey guys, my name is Roy Endo and I'm a part of Mr. Flores' music capstone, and my project is called Everybody Has a Melody in Them. So the reason why I got into this capstone was really because of my mom, who is also a musician and my mentor in this capstone. And she's a teacher, and one day she came back teaching and she said, everybody has a melody in them. I think they're just shy. And this really resonated with me, and I really took this to heart. And it was during the summer and I was looking for a capstone project. So I thought, wow, this concept is perfect, just about the shyness part. And so in the beginning of capstone, I had to find a problem. And the problem that I see in music today is that people see music as some sort of a grand art. And I feel like they put it on a pedestal. And when they see their most favorite artists, they be like, oh, I can never be like them. Or they say like, I can never sound like them, I can never live like them, etc., etc. And my capstone is really just to show you that you don't have to be extraordinarily famous or have millions of dollars of production behind you in order to make music that you're happy with. And I think this project is just to show people that music is expression, and it doesn't have to be good or it doesn't have to be professional or anything. It can just be really left as a hobby. And I truly, truly, truly believe that just by expressing yourself, you can make an impact, whether it be within a small community or even within yourself. So, the journey. When I was a child, I always felt a pull towards music, and it's something that I always neglected because I never really played any instruments. I know it says otherwise here, but there was just a passion for it always, but never a desire for it. And I always kept on telling myself, no, you can't do it. You can't play instruments, you don't know anything about music theory, and you never really sang officially before. And I was like, who am I to be the one that makes music when I have no background? I feel like I also have an ability to write songs, and I used to write songs in middle school just for fun, as anyone else would. And this was part of the reason why I related more to what my mom said in that quote and the message of this capstone, which is the fact that music is expression and that anyone can do it. So what was my process like? Well, it was basically just to find, type beats of artists that I was listening to either that week, day, or, you know, even month. And this really helped me evolve my writing, and it allowed me to emulate their style, and it helped me slowly figure out my own style and my identity as a musician, because I was just, you know, trying to copy what they're doing and their lyrical schemes. And then slowly and slowly and slowly, when I try to write my own music, and yeah, when I first listen to a beat, you know, I like mumble, and I like add lyrics here and there where I see fit, what just comes into my head. And throughout this process, I really realized how important syllables were, because that's the essential part of the flow, you know. And when you have syllables, it's much easier to fill in the lyrics after as well. And yeah, that's just, you know, something I learned. And so the first 3 practice songs that I made, practice songs really out of many, were just the songs that I was satisfied with, are Just Doesn't Matter, Outside, and Little Bit. And Just Doesn't Matter was heavily inspired by Earl Sweatshirt and Mac Miller, is one of those type beats. And that really taught me flow, rhythm, and lyricism. And Outside was actually by a beat that Shintaro made. And we just started experimenting with auto-tune and stuff, and we made a collab song together. And this really showed me firsthand how to use production and how do you sing with auto-tune, which was indeed a challenge. And the next song, Little Bit, taught me how to sing and use song structure, as it was inspired more of Rex Orange County, and it allowed to use my vocal range a little bit more, which is something that I also developed a lot in this capstone. These songs overall gave me experience and really allowed me to put my foot into the door of this capstone, especially Outside, because it was the first time I formally entered the studio to make a song, and it really, you know, just warmed me up. After that, I was just out in and out of the music studio, just making what I could. So the roadblocks, the main problems that I faced in capstone. The main problems that I faced in capstone really were most prominent in the first few days that I was in capstone. In a way, I came into the capstone expecting myself to learn really fast and to make good music almost right away. And it led into a crash of motivation almost right away, because I'll admit I was being a little bit too cocky. And after realizing how hard making music was, I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do? And I had all these sounds in my head from the beginning, and I was just trying to satisfy the itches that those sounds are making, but I just couldn't execute. And I was just asking myself, you know, why couldn't I execute? How come before I could write music so easily? I had all these different thoughts in my head. I started becoming really anxious, and I didn't want to share my music with really anyone in my capstone, including Mr. Flores. And I was writing so many songs that I just couldn't commit to any of them, because I really just lost motivation after one setback and just moved on to the next and to the next and to the next. I just couldn't commit. But I was actually in basketball practice one day, and Coach Warner tells us this one quote: "You're never as good as you think you are, but you're also never as bad as you think you are." And even though that was for basketball, this totally resonated with me for music, because yeah, in the beginning, I wasn't as good as I thought I was, but when I was crashing down with my motivation, I'm also not as bad as I thought I was. And this led into a nice transition into what comes next. So the comeback. Over winter break, I did a lot of thinking and a lot of reflecting on my first semester in this capstone. And I realized that my standards are just really way too high, and I really needed to get rid of that mentality. And I was being a perfectionist in a way, in something that just truly can never be perfected. And so I had to just take that to heart and accept the reality. And I started adapting the so what mentality. And I was like, what the hell am I doing? I need to just start to have fun with this. I need to just stop caring about if I fail to satisfy my message and just create music, because in the end, that's all that really matters. And yeah, I just really forgot what this whole capstone was just trying to portray. And I just started having a lot more fun in the studio, and I was becoming so much more comfortable and so much more productive so fast. And this led to more confidence, and I was willing to collaborate with people a lot more. And this was most evident with Shintaro and Carly. I really give credit to these two people for really pushing me to open up in a way. And yeah, through this process, I became way more comfortable with experimenting, and I started playing around with production more. I started, looking up YouTube more. I started to look up how to add a reverb and delay. And I also tried to watch some videos on how to do like EQ and the mixing part of it, but that was a little way too complicated. So I just, left that to Shintaro. Yeah, overall, I just started making a studio regular, and some place I spent a lot of my time in. So to cap it all off, this is the song that I've been working on, the most time that I've spent making a song in this capstone, and will be my final song to just showcase what I've been doing. And it's a collaboration with Carly Collins in my capstone class, and it's called Time. And just to get to know a little bit about this song, it's a song about wanting someone but needing more time with them in order to make sure that you're making the right choice, but not being able to have that time. And it's just like, a cloud of thoughts, and it's a collaboration of two perspectives, a male and female perspective, and I think it's pretty interesting.
I'm doing everything I can, hope you understand. We got problems, but I still wanna be a man. You mean a lot to me, don't wanna give you up, but baby, lately you're not here enough. And I know that you get busy and you make plans. I spend too much time playing pretend. Why waste my time if it's all gonna end? Let me tell you again.
So yeah, unfortunately, it's not fully finished yet. I'm still working on harmonies and production and mixing it, but I'm pretty confident that this will be a song that I'm confident showing to my peers. So yeah, the main takeaways, the things that I've learned from this capstone. I think the two main life lessons that I learned from this capstone, other than making music, is collaboration and confidence. And with collaboration, I had to learn about scheduling times to meet people or write songs together with someone, or to find time in the studio to share production time, or to just even set up meetings with classmates and Mr. Flores and all that. It was actually surprisingly more difficult than I thought it would be. And I think this is a valuable lesson to learn. Sending emails and keeping contact with your peers and making sure they're all on the same page is actually something that requires a little bit of effort. And when it comes to music itself, it's hard enough to throw yourself into the studio and record your voice. But for me personally, it was just, finding confidence and singing loudly and not muffled and quiet, and learning how to sing with power so that you can project your voice so that the audience can actually feel your emotion. And my message still stands. Music is for everybody, and you don't have to be as good at music as the best in order to enjoy it the same amount. You don't even have to know as much about it either. Just write, just sing, just record, and you never know what it can do for you. Because from my experience, I know that this is something that I will do more in the future, and hopefully develop my skills and make actual good music that I can actually turn into a passion of mine instead of a hobby. And I'll never know what happens from this. Maybe I'll follow my parents' footsteps, or maybe it'll just be something to clear my mind on a Sunday night or something. And yeah, that's my project. Everybody has a melody in them. I want to say thank you to Mr. Flores, and thank you to all my peers in this capstone, and overall to the audience, thank you very much for listening.
Great job, Roy. We're going to start off with Mr. Flores.
Great job, Roy. Really awesome stuff. And I'm glad you're coming around to music. Can you talk about maybe one lesson that you learned in the classroom, in the studio, from a peer or something like that, something that maybe took you by surprise, or was a new learning lesson for you?
I actually have a really funny story. So when I first started recording in the studio with Carly, we realized that my accent for singing was a little heavy, and so I kind of had to change the way I pronounced words into more of like a I don't know how to explain it, just like exaggerating my vowels more, and I ended up sounding like a country singer. And I couldn't get rid of it for some reason, and it took me a couple of days to get rid of it, but me and her worked really hard, and yeah, I got it done.
So Roy, I think a big thing that I noticed with you in this capstone was finding your voice and being confident in singing. Was there a moment or something that happened that really allowed you to take that next step and have these realizations?
Yeah, I think all in all, it just came into literally just stepping into the studio. I think that's something I procrastinated for a really long time. And after I got more and more comfortable in class and with my classmates, I started just singing more. As I said in the video, I was just singing louder and just with more energy and passion. And with that, surprisingly, it became a lot easier to sing. And yeah, that's what, yeah.
Great. I think we've got a question in the back.
Hi, Roy. I hope you keep making music. One of the most interesting parts of your journey that you shared this morning, I think, is the comeback. And I think it's cool how you discovered that like learning and growth can be messy, and that's okay. It's good to go ahead and dive in. And I wonder how you see that learning applying to your life or your learning journey more broadly.
I think it just means, like, what I learned is just to like stick with it and to not give up, because like I was really close to giving up, and I gave up on a lot of my songs that could have had a lot of potential. And I feel like, yeah, just keep going and just keep taking a step. Doesn't have to be 10 steps. It can just be one step or half a step. But as long as you're taking steps, it's all that matters.
Great. Go ahead.
Hi, Roy. I was just wondering what like your favorite type of beat that you used was in the entire Capstone.
My favorite one was Shantaro's. I think it was really fun, and I had a lot of fun making that song. Probably the shortest amount of time it took to make a song, because I was just having the time of my life recording for the first time.
I was wondering if you see yourself working with music in the future.
Yeah, I think I really want to pursue this, not professionally, but something on the side. I think I want to work with my mom more, my parents, to I don't know, pursue music in the future. Yeah.
Great. Well, Roy, thank you for this beautiful music and finding your voice. It's one of those powerful lessons that we get to learn from Capstone. So thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Shantaro.
Hello, my name is Shintaro, and welcome to my Capstone presentation. I'm from the music Capstone with Mr. Flores, and Beats and Studio Production is my Capstone project name. So it is no surprise that I like music, because I mean, why would I be in this Capstone in the first place if I hated music? But I have a lot of love for music, and it's what I do 24/7. I'm not really an extroverted guy, so it is very weird to see me outside, but if you have seen me, I'm most likely wearing earphones. Some guys ask me if my earphones are glued to my ears, but the answer is no. After listening to music for a while now, I have identified one problem, which is repetition in music. I guess you are wondering, what do you mean by that? I mean the repetitive melody, the repetitive drums, and similar same theme and lyrics for modern music. When I talk about music, there are tons of genres out there, and I can't generalize all the music, so by music I'm just talking about pop songs. So what are pop songs? Pop songs are popular songs. Pop is just short for popular. So the genre is very flexible and it keeps on changing. But right now it seems like hip-hop and dance seem to be the new pop. Hip-hop is a genre that was meant to be rapped on or danced on, so the melodies and beats are purposely repetitive. If the melodies are changing frequently, it is hard to rap and make rhymes every bar like Cat in the Hat. It sounds like I see this repetitiveness as a big no-go, but I don't dislike them. In fact, I enjoy them, but I see why people come to hate modern music because of how repetitive and sickening it can be. Especially for people like these, who have grown up with these kind of songs, or you're just someone who enjoys to listen to old songs. Hotel California, the album you see on the left side, which was released in 1977. The song has 6 minutes and 30 seconds, with a chorus of 1 minute and 44 seconds. Compare that to Mood, a 2020 song that hit #1 on the Billboard chart. It's 2 minutes and 20 seconds, with a chorus of just 10 seconds. The reason for the decrease in length is because the songs are being repetitive and can't be extended any further. So, in an attempt to make songs less repetitive, I have tried to make songs where the melody changes every 8 bars, which is typically the length of chorus in a pop song or a rap song, and using unique chords and scales and jazz notes. Jazz notes are notes that don't fall into a scale for those who are wondering. So it is basically a freestyle in melody making. So here's what I got. Music is subjective, and there might be someone in this room who unironically enjoyed that song, but it seems like a majority of people agreed that it was garbage. To understand this music, you need to be on every drugs known to men, or you're living on a different plane of existence. But jokes aside, in conclusion, I think it turned out to be a total disaster. Making melodies every 8 bars is very time consuming. Let's say if you make a 2-minute song, you will need to make 15 melodies, and they also need to be unique, so found it impossible. Being unique and making something that is totally out of ordinary does not make a good song. I think what makes a song good is that it has a good message and it can be enjoyed by many people. In my music capstone, I've seen some people who are working hard at their albums to deliver the message. So, I changed my plan, and from my final plan, I have decided to do these followings. Help people mix and produce their songs, and trying to make the studio more accessible. By that, I have added sound kits and softwares that helps with recording, softwares that industry artists use to create their music. I have worked with Roy, Sakura, Kali, and Alexis from the music capstone, and here's one of the songs I produced, and it's with Kali. If there's anyone in this room who's interested in writing songs, we got a studio equipped with programs and softwares that allow you to make songs, so ask Mr. Flores if you can use it. Thank you for your time.
Nice job, Shintaro. We'll start it off with Mr. Flores.
Hi, Shantara. Thank you so much. And thank you for all the work that you did to support everybody's capstones. My question to you is, I think I don't know that people really understand what beat making actually requires. And you're pretty good at it. And I also have told you this before, I feel like you're really fast at it. But you're still creative in the process. Can you talk about what beat making actually really means to you and what that process entails? And can you take us for a second through that journey?
Hello, Mr. Flores. Beat making is something that I do in my like when I'm out of school. Process. I just don't know, whatever comes to mind. I just try to like put it in my software and just make it. Yeah.
Shintaro, a big part of this work was collaborating with your peers. How did you take your own style but match it with their vision for a song?
Well, I didn't really make it as my own style. I just try to like listen to what they want, and I just try to like come up with beats and instrumentals that fits their songs, like their voice and whatnot. So yeah.
Great.
What was your favorite part about making the beats for everyone else?
Excuse me, could you repeat?
What was your favorite part about making everyone's beats?
No. The beat that I enjoyed making was with Roy and Kali. It's hip hop, and that's what I usually make, so I kind of found it enjoyable.
So we have this amazing studio. Tell us a little bit more about what you've done to make that accessible to others.
So in the studio, they didn't really have like softwares, or they only had one programs for making music, and they're like, depending on people, like people use different programs, and so just by adding more softwares that can allow like people from, I don't know, many people can use it.
Right, so if I was inspired by you guys up on this stage and I wanted to go to the studio and start recording music, can I do that now?
Yeah, you could do that.
Tell me how.
Well, I mean, it depends on the software or the programs that you're using, but you just open up, it's called a DAW, like a music making software program. You just click record. And yeah, you can just drag and drop, I don't know, like some auto-tune or something to make your singing better.
Cool. Well, that sounds pretty easy. Thank you. I think we've got a question down in the front.
Hi, Shintaro. What inspired you to revolve your capstone around making beats?
Wait, what was that again? I'm sorry.
What inspired you to like revolve your capstone around making beats?
Right, so I think I kind of explained it in my video, but so my first plan was to make a beat where like the melody changes every 8 bars, and just that was a little too much work and so overwhelming and didn't sound good, as you probably heard it. And so yeah, I don't know, I just saw everyone else making their music and I thought they had good message to deliver, and I thought that's what makes a good song, so I was like, let me help them instead of making my own.
Awesome. Well, I think this has really exemplified the collaborative aspect of Capstone. So thank you for working with these awesome students, and thank you for improving the studio so someone like me can go in there and start being inspired by you and recording music. So thank you. All right, next up we have Tennessee, who's going to join me up on stage, and we'll cue up her movie.
Hey guys, my name is Tennessee Birkin, and this is my capstone presentation, Dorothy. So why me? I do have a background in guitar, ukulele, and a little bit in violin, but I was drawn to this capstone mainly because of lyricism. It was a way that I was able to express myself, and it was always an outlet for me. When I was 13 or 14, I also started collaborating with people, and I met this girl named Gabby, and we wrote a song together, and it was the first song I ever pretty much wrote completely, and I'm gonna play you the beginning of it.
These days I can't complain. Bad song comes on, I just let it play. Isn't that what you like? Been testing my restraint. If I'm confessing, I've been going insane. Trying to do what you like. Color in the lines, you tell me every time, so I won't pick a fight.
So she sings on it, and I wrote it when I was 14 years old, and it's not on my capstone, but I do think it's important to share just because it was the first time I was able to be vulnerable, really vulnerable, and it really inspired me to join this capstone in the first place. But how did I start out? I started out saying, hey, I want to create an album that really focuses and hones in on vulnerability. So I started writing all the time, and I would pull from experiences and the people around me or things that people would say to me. But I think I also had an interesting technique in a way where I would choose a sentence or a word and kind of improvise off that. And I'm going to give you a little bit of an example of that. It's a sentence I had in my head that was, I want me back. And
I want me back. I want me back. I want you, but I don't want him, but I want me back. Just give me that. I want me back. Playing piano to my age wounds, I never thought I would, but you know it hurt like a latched onto words.
so I never actually used any of that, but I do think it's a good example to show the way I write and the way I kind of improvise and get on piano or guitar. On the right here, it's a song on my album Petite Fille Grande Vie, and this is me singing the beginning of it.
Et les femmes offrent les cigarettes sur la train. L'été chaud avec mon baramon dans la nuit à Paris. On danse un tour d'un appartement.
So French was really a way I was able to be even more vulnerable because there was things I couldn't even say in English that I was then able to say in French. And then on the left here is a poem I wrote called Liam. It's about a little boy writing his name in the sand at the beach. So yeah. Oops. So my struggles and hardships, I do want to talk about this. With lyrics, I think I put so much emphasis on my lyrics that I thought I had to lead with them. And I was always caught between this middle ground between poetry and lyrics, and can they be the same thing, or should they be the same thing? And I was also very scared that my music was too much of a downer, because I would always write from a place of pain or times I was upset, and I was worried that all my music was going to be sad and what that meant for the image of my album. Like this song, this is the first song on my album, and I remember when I wrote it, I loved it, but I was the song on the top right, but I was just really worried that it was so sad, so I almost didn't put it on the album. Struggles in terms of music, I did also have these because my guitar followed my lyrics and my voice, and I liked that, but I didn't because I felt confined on my guitar. I felt like I could do so much more, but I would stick to the same chords and patterns, and I was also so scared of the recording process, going into the recording room and producing and seeing the computer. It was just very daunting, and so I have a video that kind of is speaks for itself. But.
Okay, take 15 of this song. Let it be the one. Okay.
But yeah, to be in the recording room and have it be what your 15th, 20th take, it can be really discouraging at times. That was difficult.
Okay, take.
Okay. But I did, as time went on, I did evolve, and I do want to talk about this. In terms of my lyrics, I came to this conclusion that, writing sad songs is not a bad thing. In fact, it was a way that I was myself. It was a way that I was able to be vulnerable. And for me, it's different for other people. But when I would turn something not so pretty, like pain or hurt, into something beautiful, like a song, I loved doing that. And that was what made my album. I also found this happy medium between poetry and lyrics, which I loved. I had both aspects in my album, and I kind of found the perfect balance. I also reached out to a woman named Judy Stakey. She helped me on that first song I showed you guys when I was 14 years old. But she really just gave me advice on how to be more direct with my songs, and that was very helpful and say exactly what I meant. In terms of the music, I started collaborating with people. I asked Mr. McGrath for guitar help, Mr. Flores for piano help. I also collaborated with a classmate, Carly Collins, on her song Wait. She came to me with lyrics, and I helped her with the guitar part. And it was just a really amazing collaborating experience, and very proud of her. And then themes, I realized that my album, what it was centering on, and I realized that a lot of it was centering around this idea of home and childhood, but most of all growing up. And as you listen to my album, you also realize that I grew up in a sense. And yes, my songs are sad and they focus on a lot of, you know, times I was upset or hurt, but there's also this beautiful aspect of growing into yourself. The album name is funny because it sounds like a grandma name, which I think is honestly kind of fitting for the album. But Dorothy, she, from The Wizard of Oz, she was just such a prominent character in my head as a little girl, and she really stuck with me. I just loved everything about her, what she stood for, and I wanted to play her on stage so bad. But I think also she kind of connects to my album because she talks about this idea of home so much, and she wants to go home so much, but it's also the first time I started questioning, you know, why do you want to go home? Why do you want to go to black and white Kansas where your life is kind of boring instead of the colorful Ozland with all your friends? It was the first time I really started to question, you know, home, what it meant. And yeah, I think when you listen to my album, you listen to my songs, you also kind of see and hear little aspects of Dorothy in them, and I think that's very beautiful in a sense. My album itself, it goes Fiddle, Mango Cat, Petit Fille, Grande Vie, which is a French song, Christmas Eve, and Liam, which is a poem. I do hesitate a little bit on explaining exactly what my lyrics, what my songs are about, because I do think that when artists pick through their songs and explain them, I think sometimes it ruins the aspect of people having their own interpretation of them and connecting them to their own experiences. But I do want to talk about the pattern, because it does have a pattern. It you know, Fiddle comes out of this place of childhood and hurt and pain and kind of irrational. And Liam is me seeing a little kid at the beach and seeing myself in that little kid. So from being a kid to, you know, seeing yourself in a kid, the album really just comes all full circle. And it's just really about that, you know, growing up. Christmas Eve is really that switch where it's my most critical song. But yeah, it's just really about that experience and growing into yourself and the sad aspects of it, but also that it can be beautiful. So what did I learn? This Capstone experience was really a monumental experience for me, just because I really started to discover who I was as an artist and what vulnerability meant to me, what my style was. I also was pushed out of my comfort zone with collaboration with a recording studio, and it's definitely a project that I don't see as completely finished yet. I want to continue on it. It's not the place where I completely want it to be yet, but I want to continue this specific project, but I also plan to continue music as I go into life. I'm going to study in Dublin in film and music, so maybe film scores, I'm not sure, but I do definitely want to take music with me for the rest of my life. It's such a powerful and really amazing thing in my life that has changed my life in so many ways. But thank you so much. And for the future, my album is Dorothy, and it's under Tennessee Birkin. Thank you.
Nice job, Ten. Let's start the Q&A with Mr. Flores.
Hi, Ten. Great job. Question for you. Can you talk about so all of your songs are obviously very personal, and they come from personal stories and experiences and things like that, right? Can you talk about maybe the most challenging experience that you sort of wrote about, and how maybe that helped you grow through that moment and that experience?
Yeah, thank you. I think that a lot of my songs kind of touch on similar aspects, but there's a song on my album, Christmas Eve, and it was the most kind of difficult one to write, just because I go from singing, there's a part in French, and then there's a part I kind of speak and not sing, and French was really a way for me to write that was really amazing, because I could say so much that I couldn't say in English, but at the same time, it's my second language, and it was very hard to write. Yeah, I think that was my hardest song.
Ten, you talk a lot about growth in this, and that's a big kind of theme for your album. Could you talk about your evolution as a musician? You talk about guitar, piano. Who'd you work with this year, and how do you feel you've grown in that sense?
Yeah, I think that I am a person who kind of struggled with reaching out to people. I think I wanted to do everything myself, play guitar myself, write my lyrics and everything. And I think even though I loved collaborating, I think I grew in that way. I started reaching out to people, and it was kind of the first time I did that since that first song I showed you. And so I grew in that sense, and kind of grew in the way of, it forced me to, learn to do different things on guitar, or learn to do different things, and not stick to what was comfortable for me, stick to the same like patterns or kind of sounds.
Right, great.
Salut Tenny, bravo. Do you have any like musical artists or that you gain inspiration from to go in this specific direction?
Bonjour, Miley. Yes, with French, I was really inspired by Carla Bruni. She's someone I listened to since I was really little. But I think my friend Morgan told me to listen to this guy named Gregory Alan Eiskopf, and a lot of his songs kind of were poem-like, but they were still songs. And I think I was very inspired because I was so torn between those two, and a lot of my songs kind of followed in that vibe where maybe there wouldn't be a chorus or a verse like a typical song, but I still considered it a song.
Great. Tennessee, you said look under your name, find the album, but where should we go to find the album?
I don't think my album is at the place I want it to be yet, so I don't think it is gonna be released super soon. But hopefully on Spotify or something like that. Yeah.
Great. Well, this is incredible, seeing this growth and seeing you kind of develop as a musician, as an artist throughout this capstone. So congratulations on some great work.
Thank you.
All right, and now we're going to invite Carly Collins up onto the stage to wrap up this session.
Hi, my name is Carly Collins, and my capstone is called Debut. I chose to do this capstone because I've had an interest in music for almost as long as I can remember. When I was younger, I would make up little songs all the time and put on all these random performances on a weekly basis. I would drag my whole family into the living room and perform everything that I had planned, and when I ran out of plans, I would keep going on and on, so much so that my parents finally had to put a time cap on how long I was allowed to keep them all there. Throughout my childhood, I tried learning to play several different instruments, like the piano, and a broken guitar I found in our basement. Sadly, nothing really stuck, so eventually I decided to focus on singing and leave the instrument playing to my friends. That is, until my sophomore year, when I moved to Hawaii and started learning ukulele in school. It was around that time that I wrote my first complete song, which was called Changes. At that time in my life, I was going through a lot of changes. I had just moved from a place that I lived for basically my entire life, and there was just a lot going on and a lot of emotions. Now, fast forward 2 years, and I'm at a new school being asked to create an entire album in the span of about 7 months, which, in my opinion, is a little bit insane, but here's how I did it. The first task was finding a problem in music that I wanted to address. Originally, I wasn't really sure what I wanted to talk about, I just knew I wanted to make music. Through my research, I soon discovered that the majority of popular songs for the past several decades have been love songs. During my research, I also came across this Wheel of Emotions, which was created by psychologist Robert Plutik and was intended to help people understand all the little emotions that come along with core emotions like anger, sadness, and so on. So, although love songs aren't really a problem, I decided that my album would focus on exploring the other emotions through music. This led to my original album concept, emotion. Ooh, as in an ocean of emotions. Embarrassing. Before I realized that name was not as brilliant as I initially thought it was, I started writing. Second to singing, I had the most experience in writing lyrics, so it seemed like a logical place to start. The problem was, I came up with way too many lyrics and song concepts, and I knew I wouldn't be able to finish all of them in such limited time. At some point, I was forced to narrow down my options and select which songs would actually be on the album. While doing so, I came across the original lyrics for my first song I wrote, and I had sort of forgotten about it. I remembered all the emotions I'd been feeling when I wrote it, and how happy I'd been when I turned those negative emotions into something I was actually kind of proud of. It was for that reason that I decided it had to be on the album. Once I had my songs mostly narrowed down, I started collaborating with some of my classmates. I worked with Tennessee on a song called Wait, which is about growing up and wanting to grow up when you're younger, but the closer you get to going away and moving out, the scarier it starts to seem. Basically, the song is about how your feelings change as you get older. For that song, Ten came up with a guitar part, and she helped me change some of the lyrics and how we sang them. Let me just say, some of our harmonies are beautiful. Later, I started working with Shintaro to create a beat for a song called Moody. He was able to create something I really liked the sound of, but it didn't match the vibes or the feeling that I had in mind when I first wrote Moody. I still wanted to use his beat though, so we started messing around with some of the other lyrics I'd kind of tossed to the side for the time being. After some experimenting, I found some lyrics that worked perfectly, but of course those lyrics belonged to literally the only love song in my entire notes app. It was at this point in my project that I realized I'd been limiting my creativity by only allowing myself to focus on songs that fit the requirements I set at the beginning of the year. Because of this, I wasn't as excited about my music as I wanted to be at that time. I also realized that love comes with so many other emotions, and that's probably why there's so many songs about it. So I scrapped my original plan and started focusing on what my album has really been about all along, which is letting myself experiment with music in new ways and discovering what I'm capable of as an artist. It's also about proving to myself that I belong in that classroom alongside my extremely talented friends and classmates. Because, to be honest, I didn't really believe that at the beginning of the year. With the change of direction in my project came a new name. Debut is defined as a person's first appearance or performance in a particular capacity or role. Despite my past music experience, this project has given me the opportunity to try a lot of things with music for the first time. So, in a way, I consider this album to be my debut. The final step of my album is recording and mixing. This has probably been the most tedious part of my project because I'm very much a perfectionist when it comes to my vocals and how I want things to sound. I'm also very self-critical. Although the final version of the album isn't ready yet, the background music you've been hearing throughout this presentation is made up of demos and early versions of some of my songs, just to give you an idea of what I've been working on, or at least what I started with. I originally planned to have around 6 songs, but I'm extremely happy with what I've ended up with, and I'm okay that I had to cut a few songs. The final track list will consist of 3 of my original songs, featuring Ten and Shintaro, and one of Roy Endo's songs that we collaborated on. That song was called Time, and I wrote the lyrics for some of the verses and showed Roy how to sing the parts he was struggling with. As of this month, we're still working on recording, but like the rest of my songs, I'm very excited for the final product.
I thought I could manage a bit more growth and thought I'd be okay, just letting go now. I'm stuck on a ledge, not knowing where to go. I'm stuck on the edge, not knowing how to cope, and all these changes are getting to me. If I keep changing everything, I'm afraid that I'll just fall.
That's my big story. See you later.
Great job, Ten. Let's start again with Mr. Flores.
That was awesome. Thank you so much. And great little shout outs to yourself as a child. So you talk about how really at the end you brought love back into everything else, and you realized that this was really much more about your growth as a musician and where you could go. Can you talk about the myriad of ways that you've grown as a musician?
I think that at the beginning of the whole process, I was kind of like thinking that I wanted to do everything myself, but at the same time waiting around for people to help me. And so I didn't get a lot done at the beginning. So I think I've grown in the way that at some point I was like, I gotta start working and doing it myself, and just, if I need help, I need to ask for it instead of waiting for someone to give it to me. Because somebody might not know I need help unless I ask. So, yeah.
Ken, you have, the root of this is that song changes, right? That was kind of like a launching point. But throughout this process, there have been many changes. You know, you talked about changing your album title, changing the theme, even changing lyrics once you actually listen to the music. Talk about how learning to adapt to those changes and through this Capstone process is going to help you in the future.
I think that things are never going to be the way that you expect them to be. So I think that just accepting that and realizing that things will change, and then knowing that those things might be better than what you expected is something that you kind of just have to accept and like incorporate in your work. Just know that, yeah, like what you want might be different than what you end up with.
Cool. Has that been transformative for you through this process?
Yeah, I think so. I think I've dealt with a lot of changes in my life, so I kind of already knew that, but I think I haven't dealt with it as much in music, so it was definitely something I had to realize. Yeah.
Great. Yeah,
Hi, Carly. Great job.
Thank you.
I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the actual songwriting process. Like, do you usually start with lyrics or start with a melody and then add chords? What's that like for you?
So a lot of the time I'll be like driving in my car, just sitting around, and I'll have like just lyrics come into my head. And usually when they come into my head, there's already kind of a melody with them. So sometimes like if I like it, I'll write it down and then see what I can add to that. So usually lyrics, and then I kind of work a melody into it. Or I'll start playing on the ukulele and then see like if I can make a melody that matches the chords that I'm playing. Yeah.
Hi, Carly. Do you see yourself continuing? Do you see yourself continuing to like make music in the future? And if so, like how do you like what's your vision?
Hi, Jay. I think that I will continue to do it as a hobby, probably not as a profession, but I think music will always be a part of my life and something that I do in my free time.
Hi, Carly.
Hi, Kaden.
What was your favorite song?
My favorite song was probably either the one that I worked with Roy on, because I really enjoyed the collaboration process. So also the one I worked with Roy and the one I worked with Ten. And also the one with Shantar. All of them that I collaborated with people on, I can't really pick.
Hi, Carly.
Hi, Ruby.
I was wondering, do you think that you'll perform at our Lava Lounge coming up?
I've been thinking about it. I don't know. That's tonight, yeah?
Oh, is it tonight?
Is it tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Can you talk about, just real quick, what was the one specific music skill or technique or something that was really hard for you and really new for you this year? And something that you can see yourself digging more into in the future?
Trying to make my own beat to go like behind my songs, because I had experimented with ukulele and I was collaborating with Ten on guitar, but like beat making and all of that on the computer was totally new to me and way harder than I expected. So that's where Shintaro came in, thank goodness. But I think I'll definitely go more into that in the future. It's definitely something I would like to learn. I think it's a really cool skill to have, so yeah.
Great job. Well, Carly, this is beautiful music. Congratulations on this album that you created.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And so this wraps up our morning session. I do want to give a shout out to Mr. Flores. I think this Capstone crew exemplifies the collaborative aspect that we imagined that Capstone could be. The amount of times that everyone in this referred to working with everyone else. It's so inspiring, and the individual works that you did improved everyone else's work. So Mr. Flores, thank you for leading them through that and encouraging this beautiful collaboration through music. And then Roy, Sakura, Shantaro, Tennessee, Carly, congratulations on a great set of capstones this year. And thank you everyone for being part of this audience today. All right, we're gonna pick it back up at the start of B period. So thank you everyone, and online we'll see you in about 15 minutes. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're going to get this show rolling. You guys are in for a treat today. We've got 2 capstone groups that are presenting. We're going to start with the last 3 students from Mr. Flores' capstone called Musicianship and Recording an Album. And then we're going to end with 3 other students from Mr. Quayle's Agriculture and Design. So up on stage with me to start, we have Tegan Keen.
Hi, my name is Tegan Keenan, and this is my capstone, Try Myself to Sleep, an album focusing on mental health, isolation, and growing up LGBTQ+. In my junior year, I realized that I wanted to create music for my capstone. It was, and still is, something that I hold a lot of passion for and want to work with. In the beginning of this year, we were posed with the question, what problem do you want to address? For a long time, I was unsure of what to do. I knew that I wanted to create music that people could relate to and find comfort in, but I was unsure of how to go about this. I knew just how impactful music could be from my own experiences, though. And from this, I came to a realization. I wanted to address mental health, isolation, growing up LGBTQ+, and how that can impact people. I didn't know where to start, but from my own experiences and hearing from others, I knew this was something that I had to create. I decided I would create a collection of songs detailing my own experiences with these problems, striving to construct a resource for support, community, expression, and empathy. When I first began this project, I planned to create a total of 3 songs, all of them lyrical. I then decided I would add some other songs along with an instrumental intro and outro. This came out to be a total of 7 songs, though, which I quickly realized would be impossible to create in the short time span I had. For a while, I would often just sit at the piano trying to find a melody or chord progression I liked. I first began writing the song that would be named Inure, the instrumental intro. From there, I began to write my lyrical songs. I would always begin with the backing instrumentals rather than the lyrics, as I found that easier. After that, I would find the words for the lyrics and listen to the backing so I could hear where the vocal melody would best fit in. After that, I would combine the instrumental and main vocals, and I would listen back to what I had created so far, and try to find places where harmonies could be added, where dissonance would sound good, and where it was better to just leave it alone. When I was creating, I often found myself awake late at night after I had finished all my homework, and I would just play piano to wind down, making things up on the spot, and creating. Once the song had been finished, I would then go to record. From there, I would do slight editing and mixing and present it to my class. Although I have not finished all of my songs, I have learned the process and feel a lot more confident in creating. Over the course of this capstone, I often found myself facing challenges. The concept of creating an entire album in less than a year was rather intimidating. Often, I was so worried about it, I couldn't find it in me to create. I also struggled a lot with perfectionism and the vulnerability it takes to create an album devoted to sharing your story. I was often scared of the rejection and judgment I could face should I not create it perfectly. And the thought really held me back from creating what I wanted to. Luckily though, throughout this process I've learned and have grown enough that while I still have these worries sometimes, I can look past them. In the end, I plan to have a total of 5 songs on this album. Inure, Scintilla/Revelation, Thanatophobia, Metanoia, and Deliverance. Demonstrated in the picture on the slide is the beginnings of an idea I had for an album cover. While this is still a work in progress, I'm proud of how far I've been able to come and what I've created so far. Throughout this process, I have gained so much thanks to my peers, Mr. Flores, and my friends and family. I gained so much confidence and had a lot of personal growth, while also learning professional and life skills. I'm so grateful for the experience I have been granted. Thank you.
Congratulations, Stephen. Goes on for a little bit. It's all right.
Piano, music, yes.
Thank you, Tegan.
Yeah.
For everyone in the audience, each time after the video is finished, we're going to move into a Q&A. So the teacher will ask a question, I'll follow up, and then it's open to the audience and online for questions. So in the audience, if you have one, please put up your hand nice and high, make a motion for Mr. Flores, and he'll bring the microphone over to you. Make sure you talk into the microphone. That way the presenter can hear you as well as our audience online. So, Mr. Flores.
Tegan, thank you doesn't begin to sort of express the gratitude that I have for your work. I think there are capstones that transform skills and that develop skills, and then there are capstones that really transform the individuals. And I think this is one that's really helped you personally. Can you talk a little bit about one song, maybe the song that's most important to you, and perhaps how that helped you in any way as a person?
Yeah, all of the songs that I've made so far have been really personal, honestly. It's kind of crazy. The one that I think has been the most influential, though, was Thanatophobia, which means the fear of death or dying. It's pretty funky fresh. Yeah, as I was saying in the video, I am using this album to detail my own experiences, and that song depicts some of the times I was struggling the most with my mental health, and just reflecting on that and going back and thinking about it and making it into something that was like not beautiful, but that's not the right word. It was really a lot, but yeah.
Thank you. Questions from the audience?
Tegan, I know that Mr. Flores really encouraged collaboration, especially collaboration with professional artists, collaboration with your peers. Talk about how that has been an important part of this journey for you.
Yeah, I didn't do much collaboration, honestly, because it was such a personal project, and didn't really want to be vulnerable with people. But I have a collaboration which is still in the progress with Alexis, and I was working a bit on one with Camus as well. The one with Alexis is Scintilla/Revelation, and it's like about childhood and growing up and stuff like that. Yeah.
Great.
Tegan, thank you. It was there was a really powerful moment in your video when you're playing at night, and it connected the title of your capstone, Try Myself to Sleep. Could you just speak to the inspiration and reflection on your both those moments at night and also how that came to contribute to your title?
Yeah, honestly, I didn't really connect them myself until you just said that. But I have liked that phrase since I think sophomore year when I put it in my notes app, which I have a document of all these little phrases that could work as lyrics. It's about 17 pages long. And I thought it was like, oh my gosh, this is like cry myself to sleep, but try myself to sleep. That's so much smarter, so much better phrase. And then once last year I had a keyboard in my room as well, and I would do the same thing, play before I went to bed. And it's something that I just find really relaxing. Like when I was learning piano growing up, I kind of hated it. But now it's been something that I actually really enjoy and have a passion for, and I don't have to think about it. It's just like, okay, no more stress, no more homework, no more all life. Like, just play piano, make sounds that sound good, and it's all good. And yeah.
We've got one more question from the audience.
Hi, Tegan. Thank
Hi,
you.
Maya.
Thank you for this wonderful presentation. I was just wondering, when are you planning on finishing your album?
Honestly, I have no clue. Although I like the songs I've created, I've recorded them like 10 million times, each one of them. I don't like any of the recordings. So I'm working on like getting it to a place where it's like, this is a good recording, which is good now that I actually have the right stuff and not recording on a headphone mic. But I'm hoping at least it'll be before the start of next year school, like, so I have time to work on it in the summer and just get it out there. Yeah.
Great. Well, Tegan, thank you for sharing all this with us. Thank you for being vulnerable up here on stage and then expressing that through your music.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Up next, we're going to have Camus join us on stage.
What's up, guys? This is you guys there. Hey, let me just relax real quick. Yeah, so you guys just took a peek at my work. Well, hello. My name is Kama. Just wanted to say hi, and I want to talk to you guys today about what I got going on today, or throughout this whole year. Yeah, I think I'm gonna show you the ways that I created my project. Thank you. I guess I'll see you guys in a bit. Just be right back.
Hey guys, I'm back. Here's my capstone, my message to the world. I want to start off with my inspiration in this world. That goes out to my ohana. They always taught me that I had great talent and to use it for my own benefit. But I don't really want to use it for my benefit. I want to use it for helping others and sharing my love for music. I also want to thank Kaluka Mayava, my head football coach, teaching me that everything I do, make sure it stays at 110%. A little bit of my background. I started actually creating music in 8th grade with Mr. Bernstein's Capstone class. He kind of taught me how to like music and love it and start actually creating it. So that's when I started getting into it and falling in love with just the creation of making the music and the feeling of it. So, I mean, it's not really a heartfelt story, but at the same time, it's like fascination taking over. Next comes the process. My process is not actually hard. It's actually pretty simple. I take 3 steps. Starts off with my meditation space, which is actually in my cul-de-sac. I love just sitting alone and just listening to the world around me and getting inspiration and feeling and vibes. Then comes the studio time. That's where I get in there. I try finding sounds and see what I like, see what others may like. So a lot of it's studio time and what happens and what goes by ear. My next step is modifying everything out, putting it into my software and making sure everything sounds good, sounds that it goes in place. And a lot of my music is not complicated. I want it to be simple. Get simple loops from, free loop packs that I can get. Make some drum traps. And then you kind of just sort out what goes where and why it goes there. A lot of things when creating music, you have to understand that it may sound good to your ear, but you also have to observe what other people like to hear, what their ear wants to hear. So a lot of my music contains spacey kind of feel, because it gives the person a sense that they're not in the world that they are in right now. It gives them a sense that they're leaving their home place and moving on to a different universe and immersing themselves in it. I have a couple of sound samples that I'll play for you guys. I mean, I personally like them. They're my songs. I hope you guys do too. So here's some sound samples. That's sound sample 1. That actually comes from my first song, My Place. The background behind that song is there's a lot of stuff going on in my life and it's kind of chaotic at the moment. But at the same time, it's a smooth melody that, goes with the flow. that sound sample comes from my second song, KG&H. That's just another one where I like to leave my hometown and be immersed into another universe where it feels like I'm alone, but yet not alone. You have all these different vibes just coming to you. To me, that's what I feel. That's what I feel through that. I mean, I hope you guys like what you hear, and there'll be more. I'll share my SoundCloud links with you guys at the end of the video. If there's one thing that I hope to leave behind is just my personality and what is there to be left behind. Well, I mean, I find myself pretty well-known guy and pretty likable. You know, I always try to bring happiness to people around me, try to bring laughter. And that's one thing that, you know, is really important on my side. You never want people to be sad. You never want people to be feeling down. So I want to be leaving my music. I want to leave my legacy with them. I want them to feel what I felt while creating these musics. Topping it all off, I have 3 songs in my album. The third one you guys will hear on my SoundCloud account. I hope you guys enjoyed what I had to say or took whatever was out there, and, you know, I just hope you guys find enjoyment in what I've made. Much mahalo. Thank you for listening to my video. Now, I'll take some questions.
Thank you, Kamu. Let's start this off with Mr. Flores.
Hey, Kama, great job. It's interesting to hear your music in this space.
Yeah, that was the best recording.
Yeah. Can you tell? I feel like some of your songs have a lot more stories than people recognize. That they're very personal to some degree. Oftentimes being about family or yourself. Can you take us through the journey of one of your songs? Perhaps how you came onto the topic of the song. What was the next step like for you? How did you come up with the themes in that song, etc.?
So one thing I usually always come up with first is that I like to have in all my songs is the feel of space in it, and just like feeling like I'm not here in the moment. I like keeping that in all my songs and stuff like that. And then I go on to start thinking on what is going on in my life, and like kind of how I talked about my first song, how it's like chaotic. So when it's chaotic, that means like there's a bunch of layering into my songs and stuff, trying to make it feel like there's just a bunch of things happening. And then I like to smoothen it out in the later versions of the song and bring it back to like everything's all good, everything's back to where it began. So, I mean, a lot of it does happen to deal with my personal life, but yeah, I don't know. I think that's good.
Kamu, I know as part of this capstone, Mr. Flores introduced you to some different instruments that you learned. And you're also a talented musician, playing ukulele and other instruments. How did those experiences of playing physical instruments influence this work that you did?
Oh, yeah, definitely. So beginning of capstone class, we actually started learning how to play the strings, like orchestral strings. And then I started playing the double bass. And like I had no clue how to play that thing at all. And then like hop on that couple of days, that thing turned out pretty nuts. And then I jumped on the violin, the cello, started playing piano a lot more, you know, dabbling in and out with guitar and whatnot. And so when it comes to music production, I, you know, make my music, and then I'll be hearing someone play like a bass or something in the next room, and I'm like, oh, I like that sound. It goes good with this. And so I'll ask them, hey, what were you just playing? And then I'll try to recreate it into my DAW, and you know, it turns out even better because I just get a have like an outside instrument and then softer instrument at the same time. So it's a lot of diversity within music.
Great.
Hey Kamu, I really liked your project, and I liked how you referenced like your sports career into it and how you got inspiration from your coach. What are like some other like lessons that you learned for work ethic and to finish your project?
Well, okay, I'm gonna be truthful about this one. My capstone was kind of finished last year. So I think I maybe went 200% on that, a little bit more than what Coach Kaluka told me. I guess work ethic, I still need a little bit more work ethic. But school-wise, I think I'll be fine, but you know, sports-wise, I think I'll be good too.
All right, one last question.
How's it, bro?
What's up, guy?
After spending so much time with you in the music studio and just working with music in general, I know how much you love music, and it's great to see this actually play out. My question for you is when you layer everything in your beat, how chaotic does it get? And when it gets chaotic, how do you push through the layering?
Good question, PT. So when it comes to layering, there's a bunch of different techniques that you can use. It does a lot with mixing. You know, when I talk about chaotic, you know, chaotic is pretty nuts. So, you know, it gets chaotic in some of my songs. It'll be like 10 layers and it doesn't even need to be there. And, you know, that also comes with collaborations too. You gotta kind of tell people, hey, does this sound good or what? And if it's too much, then you gotta learn when to take out or when to put in. And a lot of it comes in with mixing. A lot of it is a final product mix.
Awesome. Well, Kamu, this is a great project online. Got a shout out for your dad here. He says, great job. So proud of you, son.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah. All right. So thank you, Kamu. Great job. All right. To wrap up from Mr. Flores' crew, we're bringing Alexis up here.
Hello, my name is Alexis Anyang, and welcome to the process of my Capstone project, which is an LGBTQ plus inclusive album called First Words.
Throughout my whole life, one thing that was constant and practically raised me was music. My grandma, Mamang, used to make me sing A Whole New World with her at Filipino karaoke parties, and since then, music has been an integral part of my life. Ever since I was young, I would always love singing, and it was only until 3 to 4 years ago when I started writing music. Being able to put down how I feel into a song and having other people connect with it is one of my favorite things about writing. In the beginning of the year, we were told to find a problem that we wanted to spotlight. I wrote 2 problem statements. One about the lack of different types of love in music, while the other was about the lack of LGBTQ plus representation. I've faced a lot of discrimination with being a person of color and a young queer individual, so I decided to choose my second problem statement. I wanted this album to be an opportunity to raise inclusivity and representation for queer youth within my community and the music industry, and I wanted to be the representation I should have seen when I was younger. During the ideation process, I initially titled my album Kaleidoscopic Strawberries. Strawberries symbolizing love, and kaleidoscopic meaning multicolored. Kaleidoscopic Strawberries was a mouthful for an album title, so I scratched it and decided to use a simpler title that resonated with me more: First Words. I wanted my targeted audience to use my album as a space to speak for themselves and as themselves, maybe even for the first time. Originally, I had planned to write 5 to 8 songs that explored the different experiences and identities of the LGBTQ plus community, but remembering that I had never fully finished a song before, I cut the songs down to 4. The first song I started to write was the title track, First Words. I wanted to be able to create a song that felt like a huge hug, a safe space that said, I'm here and I always will be. Although I'm not a piano player, I knew First Words had to be on the piano. So, I started messing around on the piano and found chords I liked.
Now you're
was enjoying the process, but that feeling lasted for less than a minute because as soon as I finished writing the first half of the song, I hated it. I started writing the song in December and had been rewriting it for 3 whole days until I had finally had a break in my writer's block. I was going through something at the time, and someone really close to me was struggling. I didn't know what to do or how to help them, but one night, after crying, I had the weirdest urge to go to my piano and rewrite First Words again. Please don't mind my sniffles. Two months later, I was finally finished with the lyrics and chords of First Words. What I needed to work on next was having an actual piano player help make my choppy chords flow well with my vocals. I was moving towards the finishing line for this song, and I could see it.
I don't know how to talk. I don't know how to be. But just as long as you're with me, it'll be okay.
I started writing the second song, Sunshine Gelato, around the same time as First Words. I sent out a Google form with my close friend Tegan to students at HPA asking for anonymous submissions of their experiences as queer individuals, in hopes that we'd be able to write about their experiences in our music. When Tegan and I sent out the form, one of the questions we had on it was, describe someone you love. And this one individual described someone dear to them as Sunshine Gelato with nearly too many sprinkles. I fell in love with that one sentence, so inevitably I had to write about it.
What is this feeling? What is this feeling? Suddenly tumbling and reeling after you said my name.
Writing Sunshine Gelato was extremely hard. I really wanted to make sure that I did the person justice with this song while also having the liberty to make it my own. I rewrote the lyrics for the song so many times that my bestie Carly sat me down to tell me that I was trying too hard to make the song perfect. I didn't listen to Carly's advice, of course, and I continued to alter the song. I changed the strumming pattern of the song from this fast pace to a slower pace. It wasn't going anywhere, so I asked Carly for help and decided to stop pressuring myself to write the perfect song and started to write about someone important to me that I loved and cared about.
Hold hands in the hallways, and I call you on the weekends. No, I don't have to wonder who, what is this feeling? Who, what is this feeling? Suddenly tumbling and reeling. I don't know if I'm singing it how you sing it. That's okay.
Towards the beginning of March, Mr. Flores brought in Mr. McGrath to help us with our songs. I played Sunshine Gelato for him, and he immediately dove into helping me. He suggested that Sunshine Gelato sounded like a punk song, and started playing the song with a fast-paced strumming pattern, exactly like the original strumming pattern.
Something changed. Don't know what. We were friends now. Something's off.
We then moved to the studio to record.
Something changed. Don't know why. We were friends. Something's off.
And then I brought in some friends to help me.
Sunshine Gelato. Where you go, I go. So sweet and mellow, with nearly too many sprinkles.
The last song, I'm So Proud of You, has been one of the fastest writing sessions I've ever had. Since it is my senior year of high school, I've been thinking a lot about my friends, family, and my life. I wrote this song not too long ago, and I sat down with my ukulele and began singing to random chords and finished the song in 5 hours. No breaks, no writer's block, just straight up continuous writing.
Look at how far we've come. the shit we've done. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you.
I brought it to the studio and recorded it with harmonies. And here's a little peek at what it sounds like.
Look at how far we've come. Look at the shit we've done. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you.
Now that I'm nearing the end of Capstone and my last year of high school, I think this was the perfect song to write. I'm really proud of this song, and I'm really proud of my friends and myself. I struggle a lot with perfection and not being as well versed with other instruments as I'd like to. One thing that I really appreciated about Mr. Flores and this whole Capstone journey was the fact that there was constant support. Whenever I needed another instrument, advice, or something new, I knew that I could find it with my classmates and Mr. Flores. I'm still not finished with my album, and I'll be continuing to work on it until the end of the school year. Currently, First Words consists of 4 songs. 1, First Words, the title track. 2, Sunshine Gelato. 3, Scintilla Revelation, which is a collaboration with Tegan. And 4, I'm So Proud of You. I'm so proud of how far I've come as a musician. I never thought it would be possible for me to write an album, and I'm so glad I did. I received a huge amount of support from my friends and family, especially Mr. Flores. I learned how to record vocals and instruments in the studio, write different structures of lyrics, ask for help, push past my writer's block, and ultimately have fun. I'm looking forward to continuing my songwriting journey in college, where I can get even more support, connections, and opportunities to learn more about myself and music. I'm so excited for my album, and I hope you are too. Thank you.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Woo!
Hi, Alexis. Give me a second. Sorry.
Hi.
It's just beautiful. So thank you. Thank you for that. I think more than anybody else, the word collaboration screams everywhere around you and in your work and your capstone. Can you talk to me about your journey through collaboration and how perhaps even one moment in collaboration or all of them, and in ways that they've affected you both as a musician as well as a person?
Last year I joined Mr. Flores's music theory class and his music technology class, and we learned how to write music using like Logic and just music theory in general. And so coming into this, I thought that I had to do everything by myself. And so for the first few months, I was in a very, very deep rut because I didn't know how to play piano that well, and I don't know how to play guitar that well, or bass, or drums, or anything like that. And so, it was really hard. But then, everyone in the Capstone, we all hung out together, and we all hung out in the studio together, just sharing music with each other. And so I felt really comfortable asking people like feedback on my songs, or asking them to help me out. And Carly in general, she just like had to shout at me when I was rewriting a lot of my songs. So yeah, it has definitely changed the way I view music and how people can write music, because in general, when you're writing music, it's not just by yourself. It's always with people.
So writing this music, it's a vulnerable subject. So how did you gain that trust or build that trust with those people that you were collaborating with to let the music evolve and let it become something that wasn't just yours alone, but still showcased your own emotions?
I definitely think the most important thing is to communicate and definitely talk about what you want and everything, but just before you even ask for help or anything like that, you definitely have to start like a connection. Like things will be way better if the person knows you, or if like they've gotten to know you over time.
Right, great.
My question was, I really appreciate what you're doing, and you had a targeted audience for that. And I, as a straight male, having a unique perspective was really beautiful. And I see how you collaborated. How does creating music differ when you have a target audience, regardless, whether it's based on your heritage community, the LGBTQ plus community, or others, versus oftentimes as one who's not familiar with music, we think of its universality, where this is written for everyone?
I definitely think when you write for a targeted audience, it is more personal. But in general, I do think that whenever you write music, it's going to be for someone or about someone. So inevitably, there is a targeted audience. So I think whatever you do, it's, in general, music is for people. And so, yeah.
Alexis, you're getting a lot of love online. Congrats, Alex. That was absolutely incredible. Mr. Bernstein saying, it's so amazing to see where you've taken your music. Love hearing you sing. Love your music. So last question.
Oh, hey you. Beautiful capstone.
Thanks.
Was there anyone that you'd like dedicate this whole thing to? No. Like anyone you were thinking about, like specifically during making certain songs and stuff like that?
I'm not gonna say my girlfriend. I guess myself, just because this was like, I like wrote first words for like 5 whole months. It was the only thing I thought about, and it was driving me insane. And so I definitely dedicate my whole album to myself, because it is an exploration about who I am and how I can push myself to keep learning.
Great. Well, thank you. Like she said, this was a beautiful album and a great capstone. Thank you, Alexis. All right. Up next, we're going to invite Owen up to the stage, and we're going to make a quick transition from musicianship and creating an album to agriculture and design. So Mr. Quayle will be starting our Q&A. Here we go.
My name is Owen Joshua Eldridge, and this is my final capstone project, Sunnyside Auto Detailing. My capstone project formed to show other students that it's possible to carry out a job while still maintaining good grades in school. The goal is to be able to find balance so we can have successful students in both categories. I got my first job when I was in 7th grade. It was at a small restaurant called Pomodori. I have since worked at 2 other restaurants. I slowly started to realize that it can be very challenging and exhausting to stay on a schedule that a boss might give you. Therefore, I started looking for alternative ways to make money. I had a friend that had been doing detailing while he was in high school, and luckily I was able to learn from him over time. Once I became confident enough, I began my own business. The first big risk is the initial investment. This is where you take the first big step in your business. My initial investment was buying all of my own machinery, including pressure washer, vacuum, extractor, and all the products that go along with that. This ended up costing me around $1,600. Another huge step is marketing. Marketing is a huge thing to get your business and brand out there. We live in a time where it's easy to market your own business. We have unlimited social media platforms, which was a big way I marketed my work. So now I'm going to take a brief moment and show you guys my website and how I was able to design it. And then after the website, I'll show you guys some clips of how I marketed stuff on social media and just some clips in general of me doing details. All right, so now we are on my website, Sunnyside Auto Detailing. This was the original logo I made. That's actually the first car that I owned and bought myself. So it's pretty straightforward, pretty simple. I have my exterior services, interior services. If we click on here, again, pretty straightforward, just the things I can do on the inside, the things I can do on the outside. Schedule detailing services now, my phone number, my Instagram, and then we have about me. I like to put about me just because one of the things younger entrepreneurs have against us is it's really hard to get your clients to trust you sometimes. So I think if you put a little bit of info about yourself and maybe show that you're a human being and not just a business, then it'll be easier for your customers to trust you, especially with things they have a lot of pride in, like their vehicles. such things like that. These are two examples of some social media marketing clips I used.
We on a deadline, we can be blind to much iniquity. We have to write another line of history, of history, of history. What are you looking for?
Right, so now that I've shown my website and a couple clips of kind of what I would post on my social media, just to kind of show the work that I do, I will continue on if you want to start a business. So this is more to help students kind of understand and bring down the big idea to a little idea and how to actually get started. So ask yourself these simple questions. Who? So who do you want to serve, right? So what is the crowd that you're trying to reach? And is there really a need for it? And what do you want to do? So what's your true passion? Of course, you want to do something that you're going to find your own interest in and something that you're actually going to enjoy, something you'll wake up and actually want to do. Where are you going to be doing it? For example, I started my business mobile because I didn't have an actual house to do it at the time. I had an apartment, which wouldn't work. So I would go to people's houses and I would do it in their driveway. But now I can do it at a new rental property I have, which is awesome. But kind of just think about that, where you're actually going to do the service. Why are you entering the world of entrepreneurship? So it's pretty straightforward, but I think it's good to actually find the reason and it'll help you. And then how many hours a week do you want to devote your business to? So you got to think, we don't have all the time in the world, right? We're still going to high school as students, so we have to figure out what's a good balance for us personally. How much schoolwork do we have? How long does it take us? And how much do we actually want to work? We want to have time to hang out with friends and do all that high school stuff as well. So find a good balance for you and try to stick to that many hours a week. So income, potentially, this is pretty much all based off my business, but potentially how much income you can make on your own business is pretty remarkable, even without, a ton of experience. If you learn and really dedicate yourself to it. For me personally, when I detail a car, I aim for 50 an hour, which is actually pretty reasonable with how detailers come. This is a lot because products are expensive, so you're not just paying for the work, you're paying for products being used on your car and for all the equipment bought and towed around and everything. So the cleaning process normally takes around 4 to 7 hours, which results in around $200 to $350. With only one car detail a week, I can make $800 to $1,400 a month. So, I mean, that's without minus gas and products, but even with that, it's still a very good amount of income for not even close to a full-time job. That's only one detail a week. So, I mean, that's kind of crazy to think about. So kind of what I have learned so far is having a mentor is very helpful. Somebody that can help push you and help guide you. Somebody that may be a little bit older than you or have already done it. Or even a good friend too. If somebody that you can kind of 50-50 to work with itself, it would be really great. Finding balance can definitely be difficult. I definitely struggled. I'm more of a type of person that wants to work. I want to work more than I want to do school. I like my own money, simple as that kind of. So it was definitely challenging to find balance in school. And then definitely pick something you enjoy. I already kind of brought that up, but it's definitely wouldn't be fun to go through the pain of making your own business and then actually not enjoy it. So make sure to kind of mess around beforehand and make sure it's something you actually enjoy. And then I have a hard time sitting still. So I enjoy making my own money, buying the things I want, like I kind of talked about. And then you learn a lot about cars, which is kind of cool. I found a new hobby of mine, which is kind of talking about cars and working on cars, and it's kind of cool to see just all the different designs of all the different brands of cars and everything like that. And another huge thing, especially here in Waimea, since we're in such a small community and everything is so interlinked, I've been able to meet a ton of really important people that have helped me a lot in my life too, not just in the business. So a few things left to do, which even I am yet to do technically. So, but if your business starts to get big enough, then apply for a local business license, look into different liability insurance plans, work with an accountant to get a tax ID number, and probably become an LLC. So these are just important things to do. I think there's a certain range of kind of like when it's more of like a personal business with working with people that you somewhat know, like compared to a bigger business where your name starts to get out there a lot more often, and you could, if you mess up, you could face liability and stuff like that. So I think it's important to know the line into where you should start to do this more important stuff. All right, so that was a summary of my business and my experience making my own business. But one of the realizations I had while doing this whole process was it'd be such a good thing to teach other students how to do this, because I haven't seen at all in our school other students really chasing what they want to do just because they have so much schoolwork. But it's actually possible to do your own business. So as a thing, I made another video, a short video, which I'm going to send to the whole school, which is more detailed on actually how to start your own business. Instead of my journey, it's more just in general what to do and how to do it.
Thank you, Owen. We're going to start the Q&A with Mr. Quayle.
Yeah, thanks, Owen. One thing that I've appreciated about your capstone was this, right from the beginning, you wanted to establish it as a way to reach students. You had noticed an issue in the student population of maybe needing to take on more independence. And so that's what I appreciate about it. You showed a QR code to the video that you had created. Can you just summarize in a few points? What are the things? We have a group of students here today. Like, what would you recommend? How do they balance school and life?
Yeah, for sure. Number one, the main thing I focused on was, it's called the 20-hour rule, which is a lot of college kids do it. It's you pretty much only work 20 hours a week, and then
a little closer to it so it doesn't have to be so loud.
And then everything else is school and time for school and time for friends. It's pretty much the main thing I focus on.
So starting this own business, what was the hardest part for you?
I would say the first initial investment is probably the hardest part, and that's what people struggle with. A lot of people aren't going to have $1,600 to start off with, so I think being able to come up with the first amount of money to make the first big step is the main thing.
Right. I've heard that it takes several years for a small business to start generating revenue and making a profit. Where are you on that journey?
For sure. It definitely didn't take me a couple years. It was detailing specifically, you can make a lot of money pretty quickly. It's just kind of developing customers and satisfying them. It's all about kind of the first reputation is where you either win or lose. And I think that's what can separate you apart. And if you win, people love to talk here in Waimea, especially aunties and uncles. If you do a good job, they'll talk to their friends and so on and so forth.
Great. All right. One last question.
Great project, Owen. So my question is, what inspired you to want to work with cars and specifically detailing?
Thank you for the question. I think in general, it's kind of always satisfying just to clean stuff. Like when you clean your own room and you look back on it, it's kind of satisfying. And on top of that, I'm making money. And I don't know, cars in general has always been fun. Adrenaline rush, I like going fast and stuff, so.
Well, thank you, Owen. And I think you're right. This is a cool capstone and let you start this business and not only start it, but go through the process of becoming a real business that's registered, that's insured, so that you can really protect yourself and the business so it can grow. So
sure.
Great job. I'm excited to see this video and it being shared with the students.
Sounds good.
All right, next up we have Kei Kai joining.
Aloha, my name is Kekai Scheffler, and today I will bring you on my journey of generational land stewardship. I was born and raised on the Big Island of Hawaii, living my entire life in Volcano. My capstone project is based around a section of land on my grandfather's ranch. Originally, my grandfather worked on this section of land in hopes of maintaining it as a native forest. As he got older, he did not really have the time or means to take care of and work on the land. And now over the years it has become overgrown with kahili ginger and YV. Now that I am living on the land, it is my duty as a steward to carry on his presence and keep the forest alive. What I am showing you now is the parcel of land that my family calls Honuala'i. I believe that it is my duty to care for this land in hope that someday it will be returned to its former glory. First, let me introduce you to my very charismatic grandfather and how our work on Honuala'i started in a most serendipitous way.
I mean, I have to get serious?
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean, from now on, I have to be serious? I cannot joke around? Full on serious? Okay. My name is Dr. John Paul Lockwood.
Okay.
I'm a volcanologist.
What's the story on buying the ranch?
It is a big story, man. It's all serendipity. We picked up a hitchhiker as we were driving back up to Volcano Hilo. And this guy mentioned he was staying at a ranch, but he couldn't stay there any longer because the owner was going to sell the ranch. And we said, well, who's the owner? So we got the guy's name. We called this fellow up and said, hey, I hear you're going to sell the ranch. I said, yeah, I've been thinking about listing it. Why are you interested? And I said, well, I don't know. Tell me about it. And I can go into the story of how it actually came to pass, but it was more serendipity and cosmic magic that made it happen.
Completing this project couldn't have come without its struggles. The biggest was timing. I didn't do many things when they were due, and that made me scramble when time was coming to an end. Another was finding the right area. A couple things I wanted to do didn't work out, so thankfully I had Honuala'i to my disposal. And finally, executing my plan. Because the area of Honuala'i is so big, it'll take me several years to complete. At first, I wanted to be in Waimea doing my project so that I was closer to school. After Waimea didn't work out, I decided that I might as well be close to home, and I wanted to work with Cooper Center. This area here is our entire farm. This smaller square is Honuala'i. This blue area is an extra area that we had that I originally had as a backup in case working with Honuala'i didn't work. There are some pros and cons though. It's a very convenient place being right next to our farm, but it's such a big area that we're having problems with the pigs getting in and fences being destroyed. So I still have lots of work to do.
Although this work has always been prevalent, as you will hear from my grandfather in the next segment. Before you bought the ranch, when the previous owner had it, what were they using it for?
Basically nothing. Everything had gone to ruin. There was a couple of cows that he had borrowed from somebody, but they weren't able to keep up with the grass. The grass was, the California grass and stuff. It was like 4 feet high, man. It was so bad you had to use a machete to get out to the back. It was not the front part of the land was not forest. It had been grazed previously. It had been logged, 80 years before. So all the big trees were gone from the front. The back area of about 3 or 4 acres that had not been grazed by cattle, not overly grazed, which became what we eventually called Honuala'i.
When starting this project, the first thing that I did was create transects running along the fence line. Every 10 yards, I would mark what I saw, then continue to the next spot. The next thing that I did was ginger control. To kill the ginger, we first chopped the stem near the root, then sprayed it with a 10% triclopyr-based herbicide solution.
And we actually got some help from USDA that was experimenting how to control YV. And so we got somebody that had something called a hypo hatchet. And we would go out to the YV and hit it with the hatchet to inject Tordon to kill off the YV in place. But there was so many other.
Just like my grandfather, I too needed help, so I enlisted my mother, Pamela Scheffler. She's a professor of ecology at the Hawaii Community College and has since worked as my mentor.
And so, did you ever have to go help Kane with taking out ginger and help reforest kind of the back area of Hunuila'i?
So Kane set aside that area that you're working in. He set it aside. I was older when he did that. So like in the early young days, he didn't have that fenced off. But then by the time I was in high school, he'd put a fence around. And I think maybe the ginger wasn't as bad then. I don't remember it being like, I remember just whacking it off like with a machete, but not having as much of it as there is in there now. The main thing was the pigs were bad. And so we put up fencing to keep pigs and cows out.
Or like after you got like settled in, did you ever think that you'd have your grandchildren helping out at the ranch and helping with all the ins and outs?
Hey, grandchildren in 74, 77. I mean, grandchildren were only a way far distant thing. We had young kids. Your mother was going to grammar school at Kealani, one-room schoolhouse. And Glenn had not even started school. So we definitely were not thinking about grandchildren too much then.
Now, just like my mother and grandfather, it is my kuleana to work on this land and keep the dream alive. And who knows, maybe in another 50 years my grandchildren will be working on this same plot of land. This is why I believe that it is important to keep native forests and not lose the spiritual wealth created over generations of land stewardship.
There were Himalayan blackberry patches that were god-awful. There were ginger patches which still exist, which were god-awful. And so we basically spent the next, call it 20 years working away. The fence was too funky. We finally, again, we borrowed a bunch of money. We installed a more serious fence probably 10 years ago that pretty much works, except when a tree falls over the fence, lets the cattle in. I forget the names of some of the plants. We had some really beautiful native plants in there that I just thought they were precious. And I wanted to protect them from the cattle. So it was mainly protecting what we had, not introducing. I mean, making sure that the invasives weren't choking everything out.
The reason I chose to do this project is because the mana and power that the stories show is such an important thing to me. Doing this project has also brought me closer to my grandfather in a way that I never knew I could be. I also believe that it is important to keep native forests. Having these areas where you can hear native birds sing and admire native plants is something special. When I was working in the forest, sometimes I could just sit and hang out for a while. I still have a long way to go with this land, but I have a feeling that it will never end. I would like to give a special mahalo to my grandfather Jack Lockwood and to my mother Pamela Scheffler. I would also like to acknowledge and send mahalo to the land of Honuala'i.
Thank you for listening to my story. Ahui ho.
Hey, Kai, very interesting. Let's start with Mr. Quayle.
Thanks, Kai. It's been fun for me to think about 50 years of time on land and the way that shaped your grandfather and then your mother. Have you thought about how it shaped you, and could you reflect on that for a minute?
Yeah, I definitely got like a new connection to the land. I never really thought about being back there and just how much it kind of calmed me down. Just working in the land, I kind of like, not really a trance, but I basically just went into a trance and worked for hours on end without really thinking about anything. It was really helped me calm down.
Just talk into the mic. There you go. thinking about this year in Capstone, what experiences did you get working with Mr. Quayle and with this class that you're going to take forward to working on your own land?
I think just over this time, Mr. Quayle really helped me get a better work ethic. So mostly over it, I wasn't really doing much, but Mr. Quayle really helped me kind of kick into gear, and I think I'll probably bring that through with me.
Great. Talked a lot about the ginger that's there. Why is it important to manage that in terms of forest restoration?
Well, the ginger will take over the undergrowth, so it blocks out areas for new native plants to grow.
Great. I think we've got one last question coming from the audience.
Great presentation, KKI. So, how long did your grandpa live on that farm?
I think he was there around 60 years. He just left 5 years ago, I think.
That's a pretty impressive history of the land, and now you get to carry that on.
Yeah.
What a great Capstone project to learn those skills and start thinking about your connection to that place.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, and we're going to wrap up today's session with Zeke Sorosi.
Hello everybody, my name is Zeke Sorosi, and today I'm here to talk to you about my capstone journey throughout this year. Being part of the Design and Agriculture capstone, I wanted to create something that would benefit the garden at HPA and at the same time incorporate my love for building things. My initial idea was to create an autonomous composter. I spent a bunch of time 3D modeling and researching how the project would come together. Here's a video I created in the fall of me designing the initial composter. The engineering challenges to create a device that would be able to take raw material and autonomously convert it into compost were many. Buying parts online to have my initial idea come together perfectly would have been easy. However, keeping sustainability in mind, from the beginning, I made it my goal to use as many recycled parts as possible. As I took inventory of what the garden area and the school had to offer in terms of parts to use, I realized that creating the autonomous composter would be near impossible. As time went on, I realized that the hard work being put into creating such a device wasn't well allocated. What I needed to focus on was analyzing the needs of the garden and the community that uses it, rather than focusing in on creating one product. The composter wouldn't be able to scale to a size that was useful for the garden. After a couple of conversations with Mr. Quayle, we both came to the conclusion that my effort was better being put towards creating a sifter. Unlike the composter, which would just have one use, the sifter could be used for a variety of different things, including sifting the compost pile into finer material, as well as sifting worm castings. The sifter would take on a similar design to the composter, but would be more feasible with the materials on hand. Similar to the composter, the sifter would involve a culvert pipe that rests on casters. The culvert pipe would be driven by a belt that wrapped around the top of the pipe with 6 supporting wheels to balance the torque generated by the downward pressure of the belt and prevent deformation of the pipe. First, I would need to find something that would be able to be repurposed into the base of the sifter, where the culvert pipe would rest on casters. Luckily, we located an old picnic table that had no purpose anymore and reshaped it to our needs. The casters we used came from a couple old sheet pan racks that had presumably come from the kitchen many years prior. The next challenge that I needed to tackle was finding a motor to drive the culvert pipe. The motor would have to be powerful enough to be able to turn the pipe as well as having speed variability. This would mean that I would need a direct current motor, because DC motor speed is easy to vary. Immediately I remembered that maintenance had an old treadmill that had stopped working and was now junk. Treadmills traditionally use DC motors controlled by an internal control panel that turns the alternating current from the wall to a direct current that the motor needs and alternates the voltage to vary speed. After further discussion and dissection of the treadmill, I determined that the motor was salvageable. But because of the complex connection between the controller and the digital treadmill display, the control board would be unideal for our use case. The easy solution would be to buy an analog control board online. However, these control boards aren't cheap. Not willing to pay the high price for one of these boards, I decided to try and build my own. Basically, I needed to take alternating current from the wall at 120 volts and step down the voltage, and then convert the alternating current to direct current. A simple solution was to take an SCR motor controller, which is a cheap motor controller that is used for AC motors, take the AC output from the controller, and use a full wave bridge rectifier to rectify the AC to a somewhat direct current. The last challenge to overcome was changing the resistance of the potentiometer that the motor controller uses. Because SCR controllers traditionally use high resistance potentiometers, since they are most often used in industrial applications, the current setup of the motor controller wouldn't allow for enough variability. I ended up buying a super cheap low resistance potentiometer online and soldering it to the motor controller circuit. Now, with the new potentiometer, the old treadmill's DC motor had full variable speed and could plug right into wall power. After cleaning up the wiring and making sure that the electronics were weatherproof, it was time to test the sifting abilities of our sifter. During the initial tests, it became apparent that the drive belt would have to be very tight in order to have enough friction on the culvert pipe to be able to turn it. We used a pulley and a cleat mounted on the opposite side of the culvert pipe from where the motor was mounted to be able to vary the tension in the drive belt, opting for a simple yet effective solution. Today, the sifter is able to sift hard-to-use, semi-composite material into its usable and non-usable components. Material goes in one end of the culvert pipe, fine material falls through the screen, and material that is too large gets pushed out the opposite end. This vastly reduces the time it would take to try and sort the compost by hand to extract usable material. The initial goal of this project was to create something that the garden would have a use for on a daily basis. I believe that I have accomplished this in a way that will make it easy for future students or whomever to service and modify for their specific needs. One of the main points of discussion in the initial design process was the idea of creating interchangeable filters or whole pipes that can have different use cases, all the way from sifting gravel, thick mulch, and superfine compost. In the next couple of weeks, I hope to tackle building these, as well as making a guide to all the circuitry and specifications for anyone in the future who would like to modify or need to fix a sifter. Thank you for your time and for all those who supported me along my journey throughout this year.
All right, great job, Zeke. Mr. Quayle.
Better? Nice, Zeke. I will always think of you when we turn manure into fine fertilizer. I feel like I learned a lot from you this year. Many of you may also have been confused about some of the things that you were describing in the video. And so I appreciate those skills that you brought and how you were able to share them with me and others through the process. What are ways that you learned? What are skills that you acquired through this capstone?
Yeah, so a lot of my skills, like coming into the capstone year, like never really involved like applying them to like real life things. Like a lot of my coding experience is just like on my computer, working with like databases that are only digital. and then basically taking those skills and actually like making something that works in real life with real things was super cool. Obviously, I'd had some experience working with CAD software. In the video I was using an Autodesk program, Fusion 360, to 3D model. So I had some experience coming into this year, but I definitely learned a lot, and especially with taking Mr. McKenna's electricity magnetism class, learned a lot about circuitry, and that definitely helped me throughout making the circuit board and the motor controller.
Zeke, what is the importance of doing that 3D modeling? As an engineer, I appreciate it and loved watching it happen. But how did that help the project move forward? How did that help you with your design ideas and then actually move to the construction phase?
Yeah, so 3D modeling definitely has a couple of like benefits. First of all, it's hard to just like have an idea in my head and then just like all of a sudden like, okay, like where do we start? 3D modeling makes it so that you can have this like object that exists on your computer and you can kind of like pull it together, separate it into like buildable parts. And the 3D models that I made were pretty much for that sole purpose. They weren't really used for exact specifications on like thread, like length or hole size or this and that. It was more just so that we could have the vision and then be able to pull it apart and make it into its buildable components.
Awesome.
Hey Zeke, I don't have a question, but I just wanted to say that I'm extremely impressed with all of your work, and you did just insane. Like this project is insane. And also I'm really happy that you included all your time-lapse videos, because that looked like I could never accomplish that. So I'm just really impressed. And as a friend, I knew you were smart, but I am like blown out of the water. So
Thank you,
good
Ruby.
job, Zeke.
Speaking of time, how much, like, what's the balance? Like, putting together those models and going through that initial design phase to then taking it out, finding the parts and working on it. How did that balance out this year?
Yeah, so that was definitely one of my big struggles throughout the year, was finding time to do this. I mean, as you know, I have a lot of different projects going on, and I just had like set this sifter design and like building it it was in the back of my mind for most of the year, and that's what I kind of regret. In terms of Mr. Quayle and I had kind of put an emphasis on this throughout the year. It was just like, let's just do it. Like, let's just build it. Because if you spend too much time like in the design and the figuring out what materials you're going to use and figuring out what components and how it's going to go all together, you're kind of just going to get drowned in that, instead of like, okay, like let's just build it. Let's like see what works, what doesn't work, and just go from there.
Great. So that importance of getting something out so you can have tangible feedback and then iterate from there.
Yeah.
Great. Well, this has been a great project, and I know Mr. Quayle is stoked to have this working in the garden, and I'm excited to see all the little additions and tweaks that you make to it in the last part of the year. So thank you for this awesome work. Great capstone. And thank you, audience. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you online. Lots of love, lots of shout outs for everyone as part of this group. So Tegan, Alexis, Kai, Owen, Kamu, and Zeke, thank you for this great year of Capstone, and thank you for being up here and sharing your work with this crowd. Aloha. Are we good to go up in the booth? Let me check. Is that a thumbs up? That's a thumbs up. All right, welcome, presenters. We've been having mic issues because everybody's been talking with the mic like this, and then we got to bring up the volume real high, and then it gets all feedback. So just like, I don't know, Mariah Carey, just talk right into that mic, point it straight at your face, okay? But everyone else, welcome back. This is the last afternoon of the Capstone Showcase. On stage with me, we've got the last group from Mr. Quayle's Capstone Agriculture and Design. And we're going to start off right now with Chloe's video presentation.
Hello, my name is Chloe de los Santos and my capstone project is Na'ono o Ka'aina, savoring the sustenance of our land. Today, I'll be sharing with you my work in promoting native Hawaiian crops in our community and schools' dining systems. First, I would like to give a short summary of what my project is. Essentially, my capstone project is promoting indigenous Hawaiian crops in our community and schools' dining systems. By doing so, I hope to bring more awareness to the harsh realities of our current food system and how we can create a change or impact on this matter through the encouragement of sustainable agriculture. For my project this year, I decided to focus on the native crop, kalo. The idea of this project was inspired by a previous project I had done for my Hawaiian Studies elective that I took last year. This class had given me the opportunity to dive into Hawaiian agriculture, which I took an interest in. This interest had formed this newsletter, O Haloa Ke Kalo, O Haloa Ke Kanaka, which covered the Hawaiian genealogical story of kalo, the evolution of Hawaiian agriculture, a story of Jerry Kwananui, the Kalo man, and Hawaiian agriculture being reignited. When I had begun to conduct research for my capstone project, it was divided into 3 parts, the first one being article reading. My journalism teacher had given her students the opportunity to conduct serious qualitative research related to our capstone project. During this class, I took the time to educate myself on topics that I'll be addressing and referring to throughout my capstone project. The second part of my research was interviewing. A couple of my interviews were taken via Zoom, while the majority were done in person. An example of someone I interviewed is Tamara, a representative from the Hawai'i Ulu Cooperative, who gave me a better insight into why farmers around the island work to promote native crops, Hawaiian agriculture, and an overall better food system. Overall, all of the people I interviewed helped me gain more knowledge in the areas of Hawaiian agriculture and how their practices hold such value, or our food system in Hawaii and why it's not sustainable. The last part of my research was book reading. I wanted to truly understand why our food system is the way it is currently and why we have strayed away from traditional Hawaiian agriculture. This book had really opened my eyes to how our food issues are more complex and are a matter of politics that are fundamentally about social, cultural, and economic powers. This book educated me on the shifts made throughout history that forever changed our food system. To manage my project in an organized and timely manner, I had used the platform Trello. Trello kept me organized and structured when it came to planning out the steps I needed to take to fulfill my capstone project goals. Here is what my Trello board looks like. It's not much as I had only mainly used it during the first semester of capstone. However, this was extremely important for me to have during that time as many ideas for my project were flying all around. This kept me grounded and focused on what I needed to do to be successful in my project. The next phase for my project was developing a prototype. In order for this to have happened, it had to be broken down into 4 stages: the ideation phase, the planning stage, the prep work stage, and the finalizing stage. First, let's discuss the ideation phase. Mr. Quayle introduced me to Olivia Rose and her capstone project. Essentially, her capstone is to create meal kits and to give them to low-income families within the community. Together, we had come up with the idea of how we can collaborate with each other. We decided and planned that we would highlight and include a Hawaiian indigenous crop in each monthly meal kit. For this prototype, we highlighted kalo as a native crop to go along with the meal she had already planned. My part in this collaboration was not only to suggest a new indigenous crop for each monthly meal kit, but also to provide educational videos of the significance of these crops and how it was used in the meal kit. With the help of my capstone class, they were able to harvest the kalo and prepped it to be steamed later. Meanwhile, I was capturing footage for the video. Here is a time-lapse video of my friend Sakura and I chopping the steamed kalo chunks to later be filled in quart-sized bags and distributed to the families. For my prototype, I created my kalo video, posted a survey about promoting native crops in HPA's dining hall, and did collaborative work with Olivia. To the right of this screen, there is a photo of what the meal kits looked like, and below that photo is a picture of what the survey looked like. Here is also a shortened version of my Kalo video, but I had shared the full version with the families who received the meal kits and to those who were at our assembly. During the second semester of Capstone, I continued working with Olivia, and I also worked closely with Flick to get Kalo chips in the dining hall. For Olivia's second distribution, we decided on putting coal or sugarcane juice into the meal kit. Here you can see the formatting for this video is a bit different compared to my Kalo video. Unfortunately, the day that the coal harvest took place, I was sick and had to stay home for a bit. This was a major setback for me as I intended on getting Hawaiian historical information from Kumupua and getting footage during that week and day respectively. I was fortunate enough to get footage from my friend Jana, and I was able to produce a short video of how the coal juice was made. For the third distribution, we decided to make banana flour and turn them into tortillas to highlight mai'a or banana as the indigenous crop of the month. I am most proud of this video as I was able to reflect on the pros and cons of my past two videos to make this mai'a video happen. For this video, I made sure to include less text and more audio. My Kalo video had very little audio and was text dominant. My Ko video allowed me to experiment with more voiceovers and was more visual dominant. I believe my mai'a video best reflects my progress in video making. What was also fun about this time around is that Olivia and I hosted a tortilla making workshop where students were able to roll, press, and cook both homemade corn and banana flour tortillas. Now let's talk about the individual work that I did with Flick, which I would consider my final product. I had proposed to Flick my idea of having a Kalo chip day. My hopes for hosting this event were to get people engaged with native Hawaiian crops, culture, and agriculture. So, to prep for this event, I had created a flyer with a QR code that links to this survey I created as a feedback form for those who ate the Kalo chips. I had also taken the time to revise my Kalo video so that it could be played at my Kalo chip station. As a side note, because I'm doing this voiceover, I decided to mute all of my videos, but if you would like to see the full version videos with audio, you can view it on the official HPA Senior Capstone page under my portfolio. Here is what my Kalo chip station looked like. Together, Flick and the Hawai'i Ulu Cooperative were able to produce the Kalo chips for this little event of mine. Overall, I was happy to see many people come to eat Kalo chips and learn more about my Capstone project. As I mentioned, I created a survey as a feedback form for the Kalo chips that were served that day. It was really important for me to ensure that I received feedback so that I could deliver the data collected to Flick, with the hopes of encouraging them to utilize more native crops in our dining hall. The following Monday, April 18th, I received a total of 98 responses. Here are a couple charts from the data collected. For the top left pie chart, 88.8% of the 98 respondents would like to permanently see Kalo chips as another chip alternative at the sandwich bar. For the bottom right bar graph, we can see that Kalo chips had an overall pretty high rating. While there were a lot of positive additional comments, I wanted to have this clip highlight the constructive criticism received from the survey. Overall, this was Flick's first time putting out Kalo chips as a menu item, and I would say they did an amazing job and there's always room for improvement. Now I would like to take a few minutes to reflect upon the challenges that I faced, a key personal learning, and say mahalo to my mentors. As my video comes to an end, I would like to say a few words to close out this video. First, I would like to reflect upon the challenges that I faced throughout my Capstone journey. The first challenge that I would like to reflect upon is time management. For me, Capstone was very fast-paced and it was easy to fall behind if you didn't meet the deadlines or create deadlines for yourself. Another challenge that I faced, as I mentioned in my video, was the making of my Ko or sugarcane video. The day that I was supposed to get footage from the garden and talk with Kumupua to get Hawaiian historical information, I was unable to do so because I was sick. For a key personal learning, I've learned that I'm a perfectionist, and there's both pros and cons to that. First, I would like to talk about the cons of being a perfectionist. For me, I would overthink a lot of things, and I would also set really high standards for myself. This resulted in me taking forever to produce the videos I needed to produce for my project. In terms of pros, I would say that I pushed myself out of my comfort zone. I never would have thought that I would get up at assembly to present my project and my Kalo video. It is important to have balance between both, as I'm able to give myself a push, but also a pat on the back. I would like to say thank you to all of those who have helped me throughout my Capstone journey. That would be Mr. Quayle, my Capstone teacher, Mr. McKenna, Kumupua, Coach Ka'ai, Tamara from the Hawai'i Ulu Cooperative, Flick, Olivia Rose, and my amazing Capstone class. Thank you to all of you. My Capstone project wouldn't have been made possible without you guys. And thank you to all of you that are watching right now. Mahalo. I leave my capstone project with the hopes of leaving an impact on our community and our school regarding the overall idea of promoting a better, more sustainable, more culturally attuned food system.
Congratulations, Chloe.
Thank
Such good
you.
work. We're going to, after each video, we're going to move to a question answer period. We're going to start each of those with Mr. Quayle, and he'll ask the first question. I'll follow up after, and then please, you're welcome to be part of this and just lift up your hand and speak into the mic when you ask your question.
Thank you, Chloe.
Thank you.
So such a treat to work with you, and I appreciate your attention to detail and that striving to be a perfectionist. So I'll give you that first pat on the back. It was really an extraordinary presentation. And now for the push. I know you're headed out of HPA, so I'd like to know a little bit about your plans and how maybe you could continue to engage in important work around improving our food system.
Yes, so I'll be attending Colorado State University this coming fall, and I've been in contact with their representatives of their sustainability program, and there's this one subject that I took an interest in, which is their food security program, and I would also potentially like to be a part of their human environmental initiatives research group. So that is my plan, and hopefully I can continue the promotion of native crops or just a better overall food system by being involved with that program.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
A big part of your project was the digital media creation.
Right.
How did you find that as a medium for sharing information and raising awareness?
Right. So I have honestly no idea how I got into making videos, but like I mentioned in my presentation, I was fortunate enough to collaborate with Olivia Rose, and I guess from there I figured like the best way to promote the work that I've been doing and also just more about Hawaiian agriculture would be to put it into like a video form that could be informative and just included as a QR code on her little brochures. So I think that's mainly how I got into it. And I also think that, especially for me, I'm like a visual learner, and I think that many people learn best through like visuals. So I think that's how I got into it.
Right. We've got some audience questions.
Love your project. What was your favorite part about your project?
I would say my favorite part was definitely the tortilla making workshop. I was really surprised with all the people that came out to participate, so thank you to all of you that did come out. And it was really nice to see people get really engaged with this little workshop that Olivia and I hosted.
Chloe.
Hi, Ruby.
I just wanted to first say that I'm so proud of you for being able to connect your passions of cooking with your love for Hawaiian culture. So that's awesome. My question for you is, what was the most rewarding part of this whole process?
I think the most rewarding part was definitely after hosting my little kalo chip stand in the dining hall. Many students came up to me like afterwards or even during that little thing, and they were really happy and excited that kalo chips were in the dining hall, and I was really like shocked and surprised because I didn't expect to receive such good feedback. So I think that was definitely like the most rewarding, and I hope that with all the great feedback and data that I collected to my survey that I intend to give to Flick, it'll encourage them to incorporate more native crops into our dining system.
Yeah, definitely. And Chloe, I want to thank you for all that hard work. I work directly with Flick, and I'm super excited to be able to take that information that you gathered and help improve the amount of native food that we have in our dining hall, but also getting more from our local community and from our own very own garden.
Yes, definitely.
So thank you so much for this great capstone and the contribution you're making to the school.
Thank you so much.
All right, up next, we're going to invite Jana to the stage.
Aloha kako, I am Jonna Lee Lorenzo, and today I will be presenting my capstone project around the preservation of native Hawaiian plants, specifically around the idea of la'au lapa'au. This brings me into a very important aspect of my capstone, la'au lapa'au. La'au lapa'au is a traditional Hawaiian practice in which plant-based medicine is used. La'au can be translated into medicine, but the larger meaning of la'au lapa'au is plant tree medicine.
Hello everybody, my name is Keone Lorenzo, born and raised in Kohala on Hawaii Island, Jonna's older brother.
Alright, okay, so today we're going to be talking about la'au lapa'au.
So la'au lapa'au is the art of using Hawaiian plants in a medicinal way to heal the body. But it's more than just physical healing, but it's spiritual, mental. It encompasses all of that. Our kupunas, it has been passed down from generations on kind of finding the ins and outs, doing trial and error with all these plants. And so la'au lapa'au is kind of using the plants to heal what you can see and what you cannot see.
My family comes from all over the islands. My dad's parents originated in Hana, Maui, had 14 children, and eventually migrated onto the island of Oahu, where they rooted in Kane'ohe for a very long time. My dad's mother, Nahola Kainoa Mary Luna Kukahi, was known to be a kahuna la'au lapa'au on the island of Maui up until she passed away on the island of Oahu before I was born. It wasn't until my father introduced us into the traditional way of medicine and taking care of plants that my brother and I took a real interest in and now have a passion for.
Our grandma, she was a kahuna la'au lapa'au, or a Hawaiian medicinal practitioner, whose love for the plants and nature and the environment was passed down to our father, John Lorenzo, and then eventually passed down to us. So we kind of have this long genealogy of taking care of plants and using them for practice in our family history.
Lifestyle. As of 3 years ago, my brother and I set out to turn our backyard into a native plant sanctuary. We planted everything from ohia lehua, a'ali'i, koa trees, ilima papa, and many more. Through my capstone, I humbly partnered with Hale'ola Pono to work on a part of land dedicated to native Hawaiian plants, specifically with medicinal purposes. I have been working alongside of Cheryl Lagton, who has graciously been helping me along with this process. At the beginning of my capstone, I started off with 3 plants, Ko'oko'olau, Mamaki, and Ilima Papa. Ko'oko'olau is one plant that has many medicinal properties, from cleansing the body, preventing strokes, diabetes, liver complication, as well as appetite restoration. Mamaki was used for serious illnesses such as general debilities, allergies, hay fever, cleansing of the stomach, liver, bladder, and urinary problems. Mamaki was also used for its natural dyes, cordage, and in making kapa. Pounded flour of the Ilima Papa plant were made into drinks and given to women when they were in labor. It was believed that the Ilima Papa helped ease childbirth. Ilima Papa also aided with new mothers to increase production of milk for their keiki. It was also used for heat strokes. The newest addition to our plants are Ilima Lei and Pohina Hina, each of these plants having its own medicinal properties as well as excellent for stabilizing soil and excellent ground cover for slopes that aid in erosion control. Our first step into this process was to start a sketch of the land, but before we did that, we needed to measure the land and see what we were working with. As you can see in the first sketch on the left, I wanted to create garden beds for each plant and have it in a U-shaped bed so it was easily accessible on every side. However, due to time limitation and extra costs, that did not work out. However, after much communication with my mentors, we all decided on doing something a little more natural and to create rock barriers, as you can see in the photo on the right. When we first got started on this project, the whole site was covered in a thick layer of cashew beans and took about a week to clear. It was a very tedious process because cashew beans are very stubborn and grow back very quickly. Our next step after we cleared the cashew beans was to lay out a thick layer of mulch. We were fortunate enough to get over 3 big loads of mulch. Final step before we started planting was to install a gravel pathway. I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to work alongside of a hardworking group of landscapers who was able to install the pathway. Throughout the progress of my capstone project, I have been fortunate enough to have taken a group of kids from HPA to the site. Through this experience, they had the opportunity to work hands-on with plants that they didn't even know existed, let alone with plants that had medicinal properties. As the day came to an end, we would always end it with a little potluck before returning to campus. I feel through this, I have gotten closer with not only my community, but the students that I surround myself with every single day. There are 5 examples of the many plants that are currently thriving on the site as of today, as well as an overview of what the site is currently looking like. For this project, I have learned so much about myself and what I am capable of. This project has made me step out of my comfort zone and do better for not only myself, but for the betterment of my community. I have made connections with people unlike many. It has pushed me and motivated me to see the good that surrounds me every single day. Through my project, I want to educate those around me to see that our kupuna used to rely off the land and didn't have everything we have now. They used to turn to the land as a resource to keep them nourished and healthy. And if I educate the people around me about these medicinal plants, we could all use them as a resource as well. We're all keiki of this aina, and if we continue to educate those around us about these plants that were used to aid in the health of our kupuna, we could feed off the medicine that is prescribed to us and probably not that good for our bodies and go on natural and let our bodies heal the natural way. After high school, I plan on continuing on with my journey of la'au lapa'au. While I am away for college, I plan on finding an upcoming senior to take on my capstone project as well as my mala la'au lapa'au. With the plants that are currently on the site, I am hoping they will continue to grow bigger. So whenever I have a chance to come home from college, I have the opportunity to make the medicine that each of these plants are able to make. I want to be able to put it in the medical building at Hale'olapono for patients to have a more natural way of medicine if they would like to go on that route.
Great job, Jana. Mr. Quayle, start us off.
Thank you, Jana. I've been thinking a lot about the connections that this year brought for you, connections to land and to family and culture, and to the students that you helped to bring new awareness of plants and plant medicine. Have you reflected on that, and can you think just a little bit about the connections that you've made over the course of the year, and any that come to mind that you'd like to speak to?
I would say the most important connection that I made, or I already had this connection, is with my father. I think we grew a stronger connection because we got to talk through like his mother. I didn't get to meet her because she passed away before I was born, and I think that gave him a time to reflect on his mother and like talk about all the times they had. And I think it's really opened my eyes to like my family and like the importance that they hold for me and like the legacy that they have. And I want to continue on to it. Yeah.
That's awesome. One of the things that I was excited to see was you taking that knowledge that had been passed on to you and passing it on to others. How were those workshops and those work days out in the garden? And can you talk about those moments with your peers and with other people who are working with you?
I think it was a great experience for those who came to the workshop. I think they just didn't know about these plants and they didn't know it existed. And with me talking through that process with them and like the medicinal properties that a lot of these plants hold, I think it opened up their minds to like see that they're surrounded with these plants and that it's like accessible to them, and they're like able to make these medicines if they really look into it.
Great. I think we've got some questions in the back.
Hi, great presentation. I really learned a lot just from watching your video. I was wondering, have you used any of these plants and have like they affected or helped when you're healing?
In each of the slides that I talked about with the plants that are on the site, they have recipes, and the recipes are ones that like my family have used and that have been passed down. And a lot of them, they like help with just like general sicknesses, and I will put it on my website. It's on my website, so if you need that, I will like give it to you.
So, as a strong believer in plant-based medicines, have you ever thought about how this project combats
the big picture, the opioid crisis, and the use of like prescription drugs, and how comparing like plant medicines versus that can be like much better option?
Great question. I think as somebody from Hawaii who's been like raised here, I think I would push for more natural medicine. I don't know if that's really answering your question, but I'm a strong believer in natural medicine. And I think prescription medicine is not that good for our bodies. And I think if I could promote that way for people to have a more natural way of medicine, I think it would like benefit everyone. Yeah, sorry.
Great answer, John. And I think what you've shown in this project is that not only is it the connection to these plants, but it's also how that roots you here in this place and helps with that healing.
Yes.
So great project. I'm super excited to see the evolution of this garden, and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, up next, we're going to welcome Bear Warner.
Hi, my name is Bear Warner, and my capstone is the Waiaka Stream Project. 2 years ago, I moved off of HPA campus into a house here next to Waiaka House and the stream. Every day to get to and from school, I would have to cross the stream. This built my connection with the place that I wanted to work for my capstone. Every day last year, I would have to walk across the stream through a maze of king grass just to get to school. This was my initial problem. I wanted to clear that king grass out of there because 2 times a month I would have to go with my machete and just hack away at it so that we could keep our path to get to school. Interacting with the stream really built a connection, and I would notice the subtle changes in the flow, when it would algae bloom, the color of the water when it became more clear, when it ran muddier. And this just really got me thinking about the stream and the effects that it has on the environment and the environment has on it. Once we got to know the stream a little better, we would take these little yellow kayaks and we would raft down from above Waiaka House down to the bottom of our property, pull it out and do that again just on a loop whenever there was big enough rain for us to be able to get all over the rocks. This started my maintenance on the stream because I didn't want to be getting whacked in the face by a bunch of branches every time we rafted down. So I started cleaning up the edges a little bit. Then, when I heard about the Waiaka Stream Project and the good work that people were already doing, I knew I had to jump on the project. Early in my capstone research phase, I was fortunate enough to be invited to go on a trip to look for the headwaters of Waiaka up behind Lailai in the cloud forest. This was a super special 8-hour hike through a bunch of thick ferns and vegetation where we were basically just bushwhacking our entire way to the top. But it was really special, and I learned a bunch about the river and just where our water comes from. As you can see by the photos, the ground is covered in a super dense layer of moss which collects all of the moisture and funnels it into these little streams that lead up to Waiaka. The trip took us deep into an ohia forest, and as you can see from these photos, the view was just amazing. After around 4 hours of hiking, we finally found what we were looking for. Here are some photos of the very top of Waiaka and all its tributaries. In many cultures, the headwaters of any major water source are extremely sacred, and so it's super unique and special to have found it and to just be a part of the group that went up there My initial plan for my capstone project was to clear a space of land for a kalo patch and use the water that ran from the stream to completely hydrate it. My plan was to use a ram pump to store water when there was excessive flow for times when there was a drought. Unfortunately, couldn't really get this equipment, but luckily I had a backup plan of just clearing the stream of the cane grass and planting native species along the side to re-establish a smaller native forest. After I moved away from my initial plan, I decided that I wanted to still work with the stream, so I decided to create a seed bank and a nursery. So I stored a bunch of native plant seeds such as halapepe, mamaki, and alima, and trees such as iliahi and koia. And so I created a little storage space, and I kept them in a freezer in my garage for times when they weren't ready to be harvested and planted. And then I also created trays of these plants to put in the greenhouse so that when they could be planted by the stream, they would have a much higher chance of surviving because they've already have roots and leaves, and they've grown in a protected place. Finally, after much deliberation and bouncing around in projects and ideas, I got to work, and my final product is removing dirt from around an ancient rock wall and recovering and restoring it to its former use and shape. As you can see here, this is what that area looks like at the beginning of the year. And then here's what the rock wall looked like when it was uncovered after all of that cane grass had been removed. And then this is what it looks like today. Here's an angle from the stream. I really like this because it shows another change that has taken place from the severe drought that we had over the winter to it flowing a couple of days ago. It's harder to see the change in the rock wall, but I do like the contrast in the two images. Part of uncovering the wall and working in this area has just been the information I've learned from other people who just happen to stop by when they are working or happen to have lived here before and just wanted to chat about what they knew about this area. Not all of this change could have been done alone, and I would like to give a huge shout out to the maintenance crew headed by Uncle Brad and TJ, who really kept focus on this project. The image on the top left-hand side is what the stream looked like when I first moved to this house and started really thinking about this project. That was the cane grass that I had to hike through every day. Then, if you follow the arrow, that photo is after the maintenance crew went by for their first sweep and used a bulldozer to get as much of the cane grass as they could. As you can see, that island needed a little manual labor, and that's where I came in. The third photo is when all of the cane grass was completely removed, but then we just left a bunch of bare soil exposed. Now, I was worried about a big rainstorm coming and just taking all of that dirt straight down to Hawai'i, but we were fortunate enough that that did not happen, and with some cuttings from the softball and baseball field, we were able to move grass and completely cover that area in a relatively quick amount of time. And that final photo is what it looks like today. And that's a tremendous change that has happened, and it's really inspiring to see. I had a great time this year working on the stream, and I felt like I really learned a lot and grew a lot as a person. However, if I could redo one thing about this project, I would try to take more quantitative data, because while the photos speak for themselves and the stories and lessons that I've learned are important, I feel that it could even be more powerful with charts and graphs depicting either water flow or like number of invasive species compared to native species. So if I could redo this, that's what I would try to add as an element of my project. Or if anyone would like to take this project going forward, that is something that I would tell them. So that's my capstone project. Thank you guys very much for listening. And one more shout out to the entire maintenance crew, Uncle Willie, Mr. Donahoe, Alohi, anyone that has worked on this project before. Didn't start with me, and it's not going to end with me. And I think that I'm extremely grateful to have just been on this journey.
Great job, Bear. Let's start this off, Mr. Crow.
Great job, Bear. Fun to watch that video. Thinking about, you've spent a lot of years of your life here, maybe 13 to 14 to 15 years. I have a feeling that land shapes people, and the stream as well. And so I was just thinking if you could reflect on that, how being on campus for so long and the impact that's had on your life.
Sure. The stream specifically probably went there when I was in like kindergarten or first grade. And that was back when it was like accessible. And then that grass that we saw that we removed, that came in, and I hadn't been there until we moved to my new house here. But then just being on campus my whole life has been really cool because I've seen all of the kids that have come through here for the last 10, 12 years and just like learn from their mistakes and what they like told me to focus on in high school.
Great. Being part of this school for so long, you've gotten to experience Capstone at 5th grade, 8th grade, and now in your senior year. Can you talk a little about that academic journey that you've experienced and how Capstone has been a part of that?
My 5th grade year, Capstone, I made a board game to learn about bees. That was probably my favorite one. 8th grade, I tried to start a peer tutoring program in the middle school, and then this year I worked on the stream.
Yeah, tell us a little bit more about that journey and how has that matched what you've experienced as a student at HPA?
I guess my biggest takeaway from like this entire arc would have been like time management. And then matching up with the classes, our main focus in 5th grade was bees. And then in 8th grade, I guess I felt like I needed a little help in more classes. So I wanted to learn from other students that were already succeeding in that class. And then, I don't know, this year, just being around the stream so often, that was kind of my inspiration.
Great. Go ahead.
So great project, Bear. That was really cool to watch. I was just wondering if you can tell me more about like the 4-hour hike you did.
So that was up in the cloud forest by Kohala. You can like walk your dogs over there, and then when you get to the top, there's that little red gate. We went through that and all the way up to the top. It was really interesting, and we just got to see like the water and the north side of the mountain. Yeah, I got to take a whole day off from class. It was really cool.
First, I just wanted to thank you, because yesterday I went for a walk along the stream and I had never been there, and I think it's because it wasn't accessible before you started this project. And it was so beautiful. So hopefully more people will go enjoy that part of campus. The second, or my question really is, after this capstone of yours, what role do you think students should have in the process of transforming the land here? I know that's kind of a long-term goal for the school, is to work on the 100 acres. What role do you see students having in that?
First of all, thank you very much, but I couldn't have done it alone. Like I said in my video, huge shout out to TJ and Brad and Pua and Uncle Willie. They were all extremely helpful. I think we should be like more stewards, if anything, just trying to give a way for native plants to grow, and just kind of return it to what it used to be 50, 100 years ago. I think that should be our goal.
Great. And I think you said just there, being stewards of the land, and you're a great example of that, someone who's lived here and is now transformed as someone who's taken care of this place. So thank you for this great work this year and all the work to open up this beautiful part of campus.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we're bringing Sarah up to the stage. Oh, I'm sorry. If we keep on line with our videos, it's actually Toby. Toby is next.
大家好，我是王家豪。我的项目是给朋友们做一次融合中国菜系的精致餐饮。Hello everyone, my name is Jiahao Wang, and my capstone is making Chinese fine dining experience to my friends. I use this capstone to celebrate my love of food and a way of honoring Chinese culture.
My idea is to make this fine dining a fusion of traditional Chinese food culture. I focus on details because fine dining's most important thing is detail. Also, I use Hawaiian ingredients to show gratitude for 4 years here. Originally, I want to make this meal for the whole senior group. I had a meeting with Mr. Ford. Due to COVID, it was difficult to find a suitable place. Also, this is no way to make many servings by myself. For conditions, I need to learn what I have available to create special details like the table, napkins, name cards, flowers, and place settings. Also, I have a really big problem with the choice of challenges. I need to learn the dietary preference of my guests and see if they have any restriction before making the menu. So I have to put a lot of time into researching everyone's flavor. For solutions, I did a lot of meeting with teachers who are in charge of each part, and I decided I will make the small meal for my teachers and friends. After that, I started researching the menu, cooking, and taste. I practiced making dishes many times in my capstone classes during my first semester. When I did it for the first time, I didn't have as much success as I did in the end. The taste was bland, even overcooked, but my classmates said they liked it very much, which gave me a lot of confidence to continue to do better. During the winter break, I got a lot of Chinese ingredients. Then I started the final preparations. Before this meal, I borrowed fine dining tableware from Flake. I also got my friend Lin Xu, Boying, Hohan to help me set up the meal. The reason I chose this project is because I really like fine dining. I went to over 50 fine dining restaurants. Also, I really like to cook at home. It also has a connection to my business, which is related to luxury hotels. Dining in a luxury hotel is an extremely important part. This time, cooking fine dining can help me more in my business. So finally, I decided to make the fine dining meal for my friends and teachers to appreciate what they helped me in my past 4 years. I use most of ingredients from the Hawaii local, like strawberries from Mana Road, cucumbers from Lalamilo, lemon and mint from HPN campus, eggs from Mihiki, eggplant from the garden, tomatoes from Kona, basil from the village campus garden. Mr. Kuya helped me prepare the ingredients in advance. We met at Student Union, and this is where I finally decided to make the meal. I start cleaning the ingredients, setting up the venue, placing invitation cards, and preparing flowers. An hour before dinner, I defrost the chicken wings and start making the appetizers. Also, I need to clean the eggplant and put the fruits on steak for dessert. And this is the first one I made. It's called yogurt sparkling drink. I mix yogurt, Sprite, and some other ingredients. It tastes sweet and sour. And this is called cucumber flowers. I sliced cucumbers and made them into flowers, and served them with spicy sauce. And it's called emerald salad. I named it myself. It is made with green grapes, basil, cucumber, olive oil, and lemon. This is a famous Chinese side dish. It's called Coca-Cola chicken wings. It is boiled with Coke, and the chicken wings are sweet but not greasy. Then come today's Chinese family-style main dish. 2 dishes paired with a bowl of fried rice. Because in China, we eat in a sharing style, so I made a big bowl for each dish for everyone to share. The 2 dishes and scrambled eggs with spicy sauce, and the fried pork with eggplant. It is called tanghulu. This is a traditional Chinese snack. For ending dessert, tanghulu is a fruit covered with a layer of sugar. The temperature of the sugar needs to be controlled really well. This is my first time actually cooking fine dining by myself. The whole process took almost 7 hours. I learned a lot, and I realized the difference between Chinese traditional dining and fine dining. I will try to combine them better and in different ways in the future. I also interviewed Mrs. Gars and Lin Xu for my fine dining experience feedback. And let's see the video.
Hi Lin Xu, what was your favorite part of helping me to create the fine dining experience?
First, I enjoy playing the piano while others waiting because I found that very enjoyable. And second, I enjoy helping Toby around as well because he is a master chef. So I can learn a lot from that. Yeah.
Thank you. Hi Mrs. Gars, what was your favorite part of the fine dining experience?
I think my favorite part about the fine dining experience is that it was truly an experience where we got to see the chef, Toby, cooking a meal, and he was busy cooking the entire time. We also got to talk with each other, all the other guests, and each of the courses came with a description about where the food was from and why it was chosen.
Thank you.
I really appreciate my partner, Lin Xu, Boeing, Pohan, for helping me a lot for my meal. At last, this is a video about Lin Xu. He was playing piano during the meal. Thank you for listening.
Great job, Toby.
Thank you.
Go to Mr. Quayle.
Yeah, great job, Toby. I had such a fun time with you, both with this fine dining experience and just in the Capstone class this year in general. In remembering the day that you put on the meal, I was really struck by how calm you remained the whole time. You had a lot to do, and you had were very fast and efficient and busy, but you always had this great smile and can-do attitude. I was thinking about the meal. What was your favorite dish and why?
Thank you. And I think my favorite dish is the dessert, tanghulu, because this is one of my favorite Chinese snack. Also, it represents the Chinese culture to my classmates, to my friends and teachers. Yeah.
Great. So this was a process, and there were many parts to it that you had to put together. What skills did you develop this year that you're going to take forward with you?
I think absolutely the cooking level. Also, I learned a lot of stuff such as got friends help me a lot, and then I learned to connect with my friends and then to work with them. Yeah. Thank you.
Awesome. Ms. Garth over here.
Hi, Toby. Nice job. Sorry, I'm not going to ask you the question I told you I was going to ask you. I'm going to ask you a different one. Do you remember freshman year going out to the garden?
Yeah.
Yes. How do you think the fact that you chose to work in the school garden with Mr. Quayle shows how much you've grown in these 4 years that you have been here?
I think, yes, I learned a lot. Can you repeat the question again? Like,
I can give it a shot.
Yeah.
In that first year, and maybe I can even just recall my experience of that time in the garden. It felt like there was a hesitancy on the part of Ms. Scar's class that she brought up, and it's so fun now, 4 years later, to have you choose to be in the garden as a capstone experience. What changed in those 4 years?
So I don't think it's changed a lot. First thing is probably is my English level. So I was nervous to speak English for my first freshman year, and also, yeah, I got a lot of friends in my 4 years. Kind of like that.
That's great. And what a great way to honor them with this meal. We've got one last question.
Hi, Toby. By the way, I really love your jacket. Okay.
Thank you.
Anyway, I really like your presentation, and then all the pictures that you posted. I mean, like put into the presentation. And then so my question for you is, what was your absolute favorite food that you eat, that you eat? Like, it could be from like any restaurants where you've been, or like, yeah, it doesn't have to be from the dining that you had.
I think my favorite one is a restaurant. It's called Diva Trio, which is in Shanghai, China, and it's Italian cuisine. And it just gave me a lot of like experience. Also, the taste is incredible, and yeah. And there's no exactly dish I like, but I just like this. I really like this restaurant.
That's great. Well, Toby, this has been a great way to honor your teachers and thank your friends for these 4 years at HPA. You've grown a ton since that freshman year, and I'm really excited about how you've brought your Chinese dining experience and meshed it with Hawaiian food. What a great way to end your time at HPA. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now Sarah will join me up on stage.
Hi everyone, it's Sarah, and for my capstone project, I focused on sustainable fishing. So the first step of my project was finding a problem and an idea for a solution. The problem that I decided to explore for my capstone was the problems of commercial fishing. I chose commercial fishing as my problem because of a Netflix documentary that I watched and really enjoyed. This documentary was called Seaspiracy, and I highly encourage you to go watch it. Before watching this documentary, I wasn't aware of all the problems of commercial fishing. And after watching it, my mind was blown by how awful commercial fishing truly is. So I wanted to use my capstone project to discover more about the problems of big fish industries and to see if the average person could make a difference. While looking into the main problems of commercial fishing industries, I found that the 4 biggest problems are overfishing, bottom trawling, bycatch, and waste from the fishing boats. I have a statistic here for each one of these 4 main problems, and I find all of these statistics to be truly eye-opening, to say the least. It would take me hours to sit here and even try to explain the surface problems of commercial fishing to you all. And since I don't have the time to do that here today, I'd like to share a source with you all that gives a great overview of these issues. This is the World Wildlife Organization's website, and I think the page they've made for overfishing is a great place to start educating yourself on the threats of overfishing. The ideas that I came up with for my own solution was to conduct interviews and to bring local sustainably caught fish to our cafeteria. I chose these both to be my solutions because I thought they'd be great opportunities to spread awareness. So my first interview was right in our cafeteria with David and Thomas from Flick. I chose this to be my first interview because I wanted to learn where the fish we were being served was coming from. I also wanted to pitch them my idea of serving local, sustainably caught fish. Through this interview, I was able to find out that 0% of our school's fish is sourced locally and 100% is frozen. These numbers were quite shocking to me, but they gave me a lot of determination for my project. Another point that was brought up in this interview was the price of buying local fish and how it's significantly more expensive to support local. My next interview was with Colin from KTA. I wanted to interview Colin because I knew that KTA was a popular place to get groceries in town, and I wanted to learn where big grocery stores like KTA get their fish from. So here I have a clip from my interview with Colin.
This challenge is probably price, and also sustainability. So I'll give you this as an example. There are some farmers that's trying to produce pork, as an example, and so we've tried to support them by selling their pork in our stores. But unfortunately, because they're small farmers and they can only produce so much pork, the price is pretty expensive, and it's a lot more expensive than some of the pork that's coming in from the mainland.
I learned a lot in my interview with Colin, but one of the most important things was price. So after finding out in my first two interviews that price was a big factor in not being able to support local, I knew that this would be a challenge for my project. After my first two interviews, I thought it would be beneficial to get some school data. So I sent out a survey to the whole student body. I really wanted to find out how I could have the least amount of waste from students when serving the fish. I thought that bringing in sustainably caught fish just to be thrown away would defeat the whole purpose of my project. I really wanted students to enjoy the fish they're eating so there would be less waste. This is why I wanted to send out my survey. I wanted to find out what type of fish students would want to eat and how they would want it prepared. Another thing I'd like to highlight from the results of my survey is that 90% of students said that having locally sourced fish in our cafeteria was important to them. This was really nice to hear because it proved to me that the people I'd be bringing my project to really cared about the cause. From here, I was really interested in getting some sort of perspective on commercial fishing itself, not just sustainable fish. This is when I scored the chance to interview Alohi. Some of you may already know Alohi, but if not, she works here at HPA and helps with student life. I wanted to interview Alohi because she worked at Alaska General Seafood. AGS is a seafood processing company that purchases fresh seafood from independent fishermen in Alaska. Alohi's job at Alaska General Seafood had nothing to do with actually catching the fish. Instead, she had to process the fish. I learned that Alohi's job in the processing production was to fillet the fish. I asked her if it was easy to learn how to fillet fish. And to this she said, "You don't need any experience because these people made these jobs so brainless, because it's all about profit." I thought that this quote from Alohi held a lot of importance, and I believe this can be related to any big production industry. At one point in the interview, Alohi was talking about when the fish would come off the boats. When describing this part of the process, she said, "There was a lot of ocean waste, not only salmon, but also other fish and marine life, and they would just throw that away." This is one of the four main problems with big commercial fishing industries: bycatch. And Alohi exposing this to me really showed me how big fishing industries try to cover up their wrongdoings. On the Alaska General Seafood website, there's a sustainability page. On this page, AGS states, "AGS recognizes the importance of preserving the salmon fishery resource for future generations. That is why we take sustainability initiatives seriously." I found this to be very contradicting. Bycatch is not sustainable. One last thing that I thought Alohi said that was super powerful was, they turned something so powerful and spiritual into capitalism. In Alaskan culture, salmon is a story of hope. Often represented in carved totem poles, it is a symbol of abundance, renewal, fertility, and dependability. Northwest Native Americans have relied on the fish as a food source and spiritual representation for thousands of years. Salmon was once abundant in Alaskan waters. Their numbers are quickly diminishing. And from Alohi, I learned that when sacred resources like salmon are lost, so is culture. In so many different instances in today's age, we really do see capitalism killing culture. I learned a lot in my interview with Alohi, and she was able to open my eyes to a lot of different things. Following this interview, I thought it would be important to check back in with Flick. When meeting with David and Thomas from Flick, they informed me that the fish we usually get in our cafeteria is much cheaper than the fish that I wanted to bring in. Because of this, I would have to come up with the difference in cost of the fish. Me and Mr. Quill sat down and we had to come up with some ideas. We decided that I would make sugarcane popsicles to come up with the money. Then I started the process of making my popsicles. I took the sugarcane from our garden at school and I juiced it to make a sugarcane juice base for the popsicles. Then I took different ingredients to add to the base to make different flavors. Finally, I would pour them into the molds and freeze them. That was a brief summary of how I made my popsicles, but for me, the whole process was super fun. I've always been interested in entrepreneurship and small businesses, so to be able to explore this interest during my capstone project was super exciting for me. A few days before my popsicle sales, me and Mr. Quill discussed and realized that the money I'd raised from selling my popsicles would never cover the difference in cost of the fish. We decided that I'd still have my popsicle sales, but instead of using the money to get local fish into the cafeteria, I'd choose an organization to work with and donate the money to. So the group I chose to work with was Hui Aloha Kiholo. This was a really easy decision for me because through the school, my freshman and sophomore year, I was able to volunteer and help down at Kiholo. Helping them with their work was always really refreshing for me because it helped me to feel connected to the land and waters here. Another reason why I chose Hui Aloha Kiholo is because I feel that the work they do and the message that they spread is perfectly in line with the bigger picture of my project. And this is that our oceans are able to flourish with life for generations. And the mission of Hui Aloha Kiholo is to protect and enhance the cultural and natural landscape of the Kiholo Bay area. While searching through their website, I found these tips that they shared. And I really loved this because it shows how to responsibly catch and enjoy fish, which is something that I focused on a lot in my project. So I reached out to Ku'ule and Leighton from Hui Aloha Kiholo to see if they'd take my donation. And they said yes! So the final part of my project is interviewing them both and giving them the money that I was able to raise. In the end, I believe that the curveball I was thrown with the challenges of fish prices saved my project. Initially, being able to get local fish in the cafeteria sounded like a great idea. But my plan to get local fish in the cafeteria would have only impacted one lunch. I want to be able to create lasting change, not just small momentary impacts. And I know that helping with groups like Hui Aloha Kiholo helps to create long-lasting change. Lastly, I'd like to give thanks to everyone who helped me along the way. Mr. Quill, Alohi, Colin, Thomas and David, Ku'ule and Leighton, and Mr. McKenna. Once again, thank you to everyone who helped me with my capstone project. Big double shakas. So with that, I am finished with my capstone video. That is all. I hope everyone enjoyed. Have a blessed day. Or morning. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Let's start off with Mr. Quayle.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. Big double shakas right back to you. You're a natural storyteller, and so it's fun to see that take place on the big screen. Thinking about that last part of the video where a luncheon time versus lasting impact. Can you reflect on that a little bit and share some thoughts?
Yeah, so when I interviewed Alohi, it actually got me thinking about like bringing fish into the cafeteria and how maybe that wouldn't be like the right thing to do. And that was actually before I was thrown the curveball with price. And I think I just really realized that just getting fish into the cafeteria for one lunch, like that seemed really cool and it seemed like it would be helping. But in the grand scheme of things, that only helps for like an hour and a half. And I just think that working with Hui Aloha Kiholo, they make change that's gonna like last for generations. So yeah, I hope that answered that. Thank you, Mr. Quill.
Sarah, your project was truly a year-long project, but it had many changes and turns in it. How did you manage those changing ideas and directions, and how will you take those skills to what you do next?
Yeah, so I think with like anything in life, I think in high school you're not really thrown like in the normal classroom environment with a lot of changes, and I think that's what Capstone really
helped me realize is that like later on in life when I have a job and stuff, I'm gonna be thrown like a lot of different problems, and they just like all of a sudden you're like, oh, I can't do that anymore. And it was kind of hard for me at first to like have this big picture in my head of bringing fish into the cafeteria, and I had a lot of different problems, but I think not being able to do that was like my biggest problem. But great things come from like just being able to adapt to changes, and I think that's something really important that I learned from my capstone project. Yeah.
Great answer. Bella.
Very good project, Sarah. I was just curious, how much money did you raise from your popsicles?
So I raised about $300, and I didn't really I didn't think that a lot of people would come out and support and come to like my popsicle stand, to be honest. So it was kind of really nice to see students and even staff members come out and support. So yeah, that was really cool for me.
Bella actually just took my question, Sarah, but I wanted to say that I got your popsicles every time you're open at lunch, and they were so great. A new question on the spot would be, did you have a favorite flavor that you created?
Yeah, thank you for supporting my stand, Collie. And I actually did have a favorite flavor, and that was like, I made this flavor that was key lime coconut, and like my favorite dessert is key lime pie, and I think they tasted exactly like a key lime pie, so I really enjoyed those. Yeah, thank you, Collie.
Awesome job, Sarah. And I love those pops too. I think I got to give you a shout out for being creative with the flavors. You did one that was like with the spicy Hawaiian chili pepper, and I'm not usually a spicy fan, but that was phenomenal. So
thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for raising awareness about this important issue and finding a way to take that passion and turn it into education and awareness in our community.
Yeah.
So great capstone. Thank
Thank you, Mr. McKenna.
All right, now finally we're going to have Sydney join us up on stage.
Hi, my name is Sydney Chin, and I'm in the capstone Garden and Agriculture led by Mr. Quayle. Within this capstone, I realized that I could pursue my passion for helping people. This passion is what led me to my project, building gardens for Kekumu Waikoloa. The issue that I am addressing is that 80 to 95% of all food is imported to Hawaii. We have so much land on this island to grow our own food that it doesn't make sense that so much of our food is imported. Not everyone has access to fresh produce, and I wanted to try and provide that for some through this capstone year. My original idea was to create a community garden in front of Waiaka House, as highlighted in red. This project idea was one that I was truly passionate about, yet it wasn't possible. This project would not have been able to be accomplished in the capstone year, so I decided to pursue another project idea. Sam came to our capstone to do a workshop to find our purpose. Within that workshop, we learned about her nonprofit, Nourish All. Sam's nonprofit is a new nonprofit, and she was working on a pilot project that was a possibility. We discussed areas where we could start a garden, and she mentioned Kekumu Waikoloa. The fire break between the Kekumu housing and the road was a possibility for an area for the garden. Her mission for her nonprofit was the same as the one I had based on the issue I was addressing. We both shared the passion for getting fresh produce to people who may not have access to it. We both wanted to use food to bring people together and educate others about the power of fresh produce. After deciding on a project to work on, Sam created a work plan. The work plan was to help with the organization of the project. Sam wanted to keep the project on a reasonable timeline along with coinciding with the capstone timeline. Each part is a milestone, and under each milestone are smaller areas to work on. The work plan was to make sure we stay on track with the garden's development. Once we created our work plan, we had to research the area. We needed to understand the amount of rain, wind, and sun in the area in order to start our plant research. Once we finished our research, we concluded that Waikoloa is very windy with full sun. The only time that the plants would be able to have shade is in the few hours that the house would provide shade. The area also doesn't give much rain, which makes irrigation a necessity. We worked with 2 residents from Kekumu, that would continue the project. The fire break was behind the residents' houses. We worked with Kimmy and Jordan. They were both very excited to learn and build gardens behind their houses. Sam and I then created a planting plan. After speaking with the residents and learning their desires for the garden, we were able to do research about the plants that could work. We needed to research if the plants that the residents desired would work in the area. After much research and discussion about the desired plants, we were finally able to move on to looking at the terrain of the area. With my drone, I was able to look at the terrain of both Jordan and Kimmy's side. Sam and I walked the land multiple times and found that Kimmy's side is sloped and Jordan's is flat yet smaller than Kimmy's. Another observation, we found that the land was very rocky and not much of the soil was very nutrient. After making those observations, Sam and I decided to make the build plans based on our observations, along with ways to replenish the soil at the same time. This is an aerial photo of Kimmy's side of the garden. We measured out the area to plan out the space of what the garden could look like. These plans were made from the residents' desires along with what was possible for the area. The sketch includes plants that were already in the land along with possibilities for what the land could turn into. Same goes for Jordan's side, as does Kimmy's. The sketches that were created were ambitious, meaning that in the best case scenario, the gardens could look like the sketches. After the sketches, we then budgeted materials and what was possible. After the design phase, we then got into creating the next steps. Our next steps were to work on phases, each phase being one step closer to completion of the project. With the phase building, we were able to split the phases into different work days to finish our project. This is Jordan's side. One major thing I learned while helping Jordan with his side of the garden is that you need to be flexible. Everyone has their own lives, and I learned how to plan around people's schedule to make time that would work for everyone. Once we found times that worked for everyone, we were able to build the garden that you see in the video. The challenging part about working on Jordan's side was the space. The area is small and thin, so we needed to figure out a way to place plants on the slope as well. Building the fence was a crucial part to Jordan's side because it is so windy in Waikoloa. Now, onto Kimmy's side. Kimmy's side has a lot more space for more possibilities. We were able to build her 2 raised beds, a sweet potato patch, and a spiral garden. In the spiral garden, we planted beans and pumpkin. The sweet potato patch started off slowly and all of a sudden started doing really well, which everyone is happy about. A major challenge with Kimmy's side was with the irrigation. It does not rain much in Waikoloa, so we had to install irrigation. The issue was figuring out the correct amount of water for the irrigation to output throughout the day to keep all the plants happy in the raised beds. At first, we had the irrigation on too long, and the plants were dying due to root rot from too much water. Once we turned the irrigation down, the plants started to thrive. A major thing that got Kimmy's side to thrive were a couple of work days, one of them being with my capstone group. In the couple of hours that we worked down at Kikumu, we were able to build the 2 raised beds and design and fill the spiral garden. The next crucial workday was with my capstone mentor, Mr. Quayle, along with a couple of the HPA boarding students. On that workday, we were able to plant in the raised beds, the spiral garden, and in the pumpkin patch. Without the help from our community, this project could not have become a reality in the capstone year. Along with outreach from my community, this project would not have been able to be accomplished without the help of Sam. Sam was down at Kikumu the most, and speaking to the residents to coordinate work times. Sam was a big help in the skills I learned during this capstone year. With her help, I was able to learn the importance of time management and planning. I would like to give a thank you to Mr. Quayle for support throughout the year, and a huge thank you to Sam for allowing me to learn from her knowledge. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions about my project, feel free to ask them.
All right, great job, Sydney. Mr. Quill, start us off.
Yeah, great job, Sydney. It's fun to see through the video even how much has grown since last time we were there. I think as a capstone goal, we wish for students to have a mentor and a community expert that they work closely beside, and clearly that happened for you. Can you speak to that, even expanding on what you did include in your video, and maybe encouragement for other students in that regard?
Yeah, I think a big thing that helped me was having a mentor, because she was able to help me with my time management, because without her, I may not have stayed like on the course of completing the project on like a reasonable timeline with the years. So I think having a mentor was really helpful, just being able to speak with someone about like the things that we need to do, doing things together, and it was just really helpful to have someone with experience.
Definitely. Sydney, correct me if I'm wrong, you were also, just like Bear, in 5th grade capstone, 8th grade, and 12th grade.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about that arc for you and how this capstone is culminating all those events.
Yeah, I think in 5th grade and 8th grade, we had more like projects centered around like a course. Like in 5th grade, it was bees, and in 8th grade for me, it was around like building ukuleles. And I had created a songbook from like transcribing Hawaiian songs into an ukulele book. And this year it was building a garden. And I think all 3 of those capstones were based on what I was interested in the time, like what I was interested in pursuing, or like the skills that, I don't know, I was like looking to build on.
Great. I think we've got some questions in the back.
Hey Sid, I was just wondering if you got any feedback from like the residents there, and like if they've had any like positive or even negative feedback.
For feedback from the residents, not really. It was more just coordinating with them in the beginning with what they wanted, since they would be the ones continuing the garden and like maintaining it for the rest of their community. Towards the end of the project, with scheduling and stuff, we had to get it done, and they had their own things to do. But I believe we're going to go back and show them a few things, like how to keep up with like the starts for the plants, and just more when to plant what, so they can continue it.
Great. I think we got one more question in the back.
Hi, Sydney. I am so proud of you, and I'm super impressed on what you were able to accomplish. Would you consider doing consulting work for those of us who need a little bit of help figuring out what to do with our land?
I'm unsure. A lot of the like planning things was help from Sam, because she had taken classes knowing that this is the work that she wanted to do with her nonprofit. So a lot of what I did was just feedback on what she had learned and learning from her on how to do those things.
Hi, Sydney. I just wanted to say that your project is so cool, and I love it. How will it work with the residents there? How will they contribute to the work there?
So the house on the corner right next to the gardens is where Kimmy and Jordan live. They both live in like apartments over there, and in order for us to have built a like garden in that space, we needed people to maintain it, because Sam and I weren't going to be there the whole time. So it was more just like getting people that were committed to continuing like the garden and making sure that it was, yeah.
That's great. I think you had a really great experience, especially that partnership with a mentor and being able to learn those project planning skills and time management. And this is such a great contribution to the community. We all know that locally grown food is so important. Thank you for doing this great work.
Thank you.
And thank you for being in the audience for this session. Mr. Quayle, great job with this great group. Thank you, Sarah, Chloe, Jonna, Toby, Bear, and Sydney for these great capstones. Congratulations. that we on the stage can't see because you're sitting in the shadows. So let's take 1 minute and honor these last seniors who are presenting today by moving up so that when the question and answer period happens, we can see you guys from the stage. Thank you so much. Yes, move on up, move on up. Yes, that's perfect. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. All right, everybody, welcome back. This is our last session of this week's Capstone Showcase. Yeah. It's been great working with all these seniors, and we are in for a treat today. We have a very eclectic crew that are representing a lot of different Capstone classes up here during this last period. So you're going to get a taste of everything from politics to art to technology to marine science. And I'm really excited for all of you to be here and be part of this. And we're going to start off with Brenda Gomez, who's part of Mr. Muma's Global Politics and Policy Implementation Capstone.
Hello, my name is Brenda Gomez. I am the Global Politics and Policy Implementation Capstone, and my project is called Catalyst to Safety. This summer, I discovered various videos that talked about ways kidnappers and traffickers use to try to kidnap someone. I started doing research primarily on human trafficking and found out that sex trafficking is the most common type of human trafficking, according to the UNODC report. I was shocked by this. For my senior captain project, I knew that the most important goal of my project was to minimize human trafficking. Because I wanted to do something about it, I thought about what I could do to bring awareness. During the summer, I had the opportunity to study computer programming with the Girls Who Code program. This coincidence was great, as I could use the skills I learned to help people. That's when I came up with my initial idea. My initial idea was to code a website that would spread awareness, and most importantly, would display a map of care facilities. In the map, one would be able to see what the care facilities needed and where they were located. Later, I would share the website with the organizations that would rescue victims. This would help the organizations rescue more people faster, since the organizations need to know where the victim will go first and then rescue them. Unfortunately, this proved most difficult than I anticipated. I did not receive replies back from the organizations and care facilities I emailed. I emailed them back again, but I would still get no responses. At this point, I started to think that maybe I needed to make some changes to my project. I decided that my website main focus would be to teach about prevention and methods of coercions used by traffickers. As things became clear as to how my website looked, I started focusing more on other factors. The next step was to define how to configure the web page. One of the most important aspects of my website is that it will be seen by people. Therefore, the web page should fit on a phone and on a desktop. Another characteristic was the accessibility to everyone. I wanted the images to display the issue, but not to trigger strong emotions. A particular detail that I thought was important was the color scheme of the website. I did research on other websites that talked about human trafficking, and the color schemes would be light and peaceful colors, which is why I chose to have a similar color scheme. That being the case, I wanted the website to convey the impression of calmness to contrast the gloomy topic. When second semester came, it was time for me to start coding my website, but for some reason, Replit, the coding program that I was using, was not working at school. I went to talk to IT, but they didn't know why it was not working, so I was unable to code during the capstone periods. But I was able to create data, do more research, and even look at other websites and see what they do and be able to implement some things on my website. During the second semester, I also had the incredible opportunity to visit Ms. Chai, a forensic interview specialist. She taught me about children-centered justice, supporting a coordinated multidisciplinary response to child abuse. She taught me why a child would be brought to the center, why the center is part of the judiciary program, and the procedures for when a client goes for an interview. The visit was a great opportunity for me to learn how the response is in our island. With the information that I learned from Ms. Chai, I continued to work on my web page configuration. Unfortunately, my computer broke when I was coding my website, so I could not continue coding until I configured my new computer with the design software I was using before. This challenge delayed my coding, but I just had to wait till my computer came. During the time, I continued to code, but the challenge allowed me to rethink what I was going to put on my website. This is what my website looks like. As you can see, there's a home, information, prevention, additional information, and contact tabs. And you can see my logo as well. When you click on the information tab, you will see the definition of sex trafficking in a developed country, an undeveloped country, and just the overall definition. When you click on the prevention tab, you will see methods of coercion, signs of someone being trafficked, and signs that someone might be a trafficker. These are very crucial and important since they can help a person and prevent from anything bad happening. You can see the website fits on a phone, which was a prominent feature I wanted to have. Here is my Instagram, in which you are able to see my website in it and be able to click on it, and it'll take you right over there. Overall, I've learned a lot throughout my capstone experience. I had to work on my time management due to being unable to work during capstone periods. I also learned to be more patient since I had to wait for email responses. And the most important thing is that I learned to be nimble and adaptable. I learned that the important thing when working on a project is to keep the goal in sight. When I was getting no responses, I knew I had to continue my project. I had to adapt to whatever challenge came in order to fulfill my main goal, which was to minimize sex trafficking by teaching people. Thank you.
Great job, Brenda. As for all the sessions, we're going to start with a question from either myself or the capstone teacher, and then we'll open it up to the audience as well to participate. So, Mr. Muma, start us off.
Is that working? There we go. Brenda, congratulations. This was a really tough project, especially with the subject matter. And I have to admit, in the beginning, I thought this was too dark of a project, and I wasn't sure I wanted you to participate in it. But I think that's also what the problem was you were addressing, is a lot of people won't talk about this problem. So I have two questions for you. First of all, how do you keep yourself out of a dark mind space when facing the tragedies of humanity? And number two, we had a great discussion when you met with Miss Chai. There's a problem on Big Island with reporting and taking kids out of sex trafficking. And would you address what was the biggest problem that law enforcement was facing with addressing sex trafficking on Big Island?
So the answer for the first question, it's a little funny, but I tend to have dance parties after I do a lot of research because it's such a dark topic and I like to lighten the mood afterwards. And for the second question, I did learn that police officials are mostly male, so they tend to have a little bit of misogynistic toward perspective, so they don't fully understand what is going on, and therefore they don't think that someone is being trafficked when they are, just because they don't fully understand what's going on or see it in a different perspective.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Now, Brenda, I know that the design aspect of this website was super important to you. Can you tell us about the process and then how you use your peers to get feedback?
At first I thought about making the website a little bit darker because it was a very dark topic and I wanted to express how dark it was. But as I talked to a bunch of people and also I did research on other websites, and it was just way lighter colors and stuff like that. I also talked to Miss Todd, and she also helped me with the color scheme. I also asked mostly my parents and family members about what they thought about, because they had a very new perspective and they didn't know very much about my project. So I just asked if this fit in with the topic.
The other impressive thing that you did is you didn't use something like Wix or Weebly to make this. Talk about the process of building a website from scratch and what that really took.
It was really hard to code the website just from the start, because I did coding during the summer, but I kind of forgot how to do it. So I had to go back and remember everything I had to do and watch a lot of videos, and that just took a lot of time. And there's also, if you have like one thing wrong, a whole thing won't code. So that was also a struggle.
But it was great. And I think
yeah.
that you got to have
No,
a lot
I
of
learned a
very
lot.
individual design elements that you wouldn't have been able to do otherwise. So that's
Yeah.
awesome. Here's some questions.
Hi, Brenda. That was a very well done presentation, and I really appreciate you bringing light to such a serious topic.
Thank
I was
you.
wondering if you were shocked by any specific fact you came upon while researching.
Just overall, the whole thing was a shocking experience to me. Like, I knew it was a problem, but the numbers are just so high, and some of them are not even true. Like, they're not as high as they're supposed to be, and it was just really shocking overall.
Hey, Brenda. I wanted to also commend you for doing all this research and like really delving into this topic, because I know from personal experience it can be really heavy and hard to look at. So I wanted to ask, I guess I have kind of a two-part question. Is this something that you're planning on working with in the future? And also, I wanted to say, if you ever need help contacting different organizations, I can definitely help you get in touch with people. So
That would be great. And as far as like the future, I still plan on like learning more about it and continue working on the website because I think it's very important. But it's not my main career. But I also like medicine, and when you're like a doctor, you tend to you're supposed to know this and make sure that everybody's safe. So this is really a good experience and a helpful tool.
Hi, Brenda. Congratulations on your amazing project. My question is, what was the most rewarding part of your project?
Overall, just seeing the website done was very rewarding. I also followed a bunch of organizations on Instagram, and really big ones follow me back, and I was like, woo woo. And just overall, the website just being done was a huge relief, and I was really glad that I went through all that.
Great job, Brenda. And
Thank
thank you
you.
for being up here talking about this important issue, but also for the amazing work that you did on this website and bringing awareness to it.
Thank you.
All right, next up we're going to invite Sienna to join me. And Sienna is a part of Miss Lundberg's Art Community and Culture Capstone. So here we go.
Hello, my name is Sienna Rocky. I was born and raised on the Big Island of Hawaii. This is my 5th year at HPA, and I am in the Art, Culture, and Community Capstone. And my project's name is Positivity Pins. Positivity Pins is a series of buttons I designed myself that showcase cute animals that represent an aspect of optimistic thoughts or feeling to spread positivity throughout my community. In this presentation, I will take you through my process of finding an issue our community is facing, the initial ideas I had for my project in the beginning, why I think I'm suitable for this project, and my process of creating my final product and hosting an event. The U.S. is facing a nationwide mental health crisis among adolescents in modern-day society. This is the result of increased social and academic pressures on these youth to fit a certain standard that they are expected to meet at a young age. In addition, the recent global pandemic has isolated these adolescents to the confinement of their own rooms with little to no outside interaction with friends. Social media usage among these young adults has increased in this lockdown and has exposed the youth to a lot of negative influences. All of these pressures presented to these children cause the rapid development of mental health problems and can lead to lack of sleep, worsened mood, development of anxiety, depression, or body dysmorphia, and unrealistic standards to uphold. My goal is to combat these negative feelings, and what better way to do so than using adorable and lovable farm animals with positive messages. Button pins are a perfect way for people to express themselves in a simple and fun manner that also livens up one's bag or outfit. While brainstorming ways I could address these issues, some of the things I had originally planned to do were charcoal drawings that portrayed these negative emotions in order to raise awareness to the problem. I also planned on using augmented reality to bring these drawings to life to tell a deeper story. Another idea that was in my brainstorm was creating fidget rings to help combat the overwhelming stresses adolescents are going through. In the end, I chose to do positivity pins because I wanted my project to focus on a more positive topic while still addressing the problem. So why me? I am a teenager in these extremely stressful times, and I've experienced the ups and downs of societal standards. I believe that I'm qualified to speak about these issues, and I think that with my prior art experiences, I could properly create something that could benefit the community. Before I could start designing anything, I first had to do some research. My first area of research was on the problem I wanted to benefit. I did my research to make sure the problem was in fact real and also the specifics: what, how, and why. After I believed I was well educated in this issue, I then moved on to research how to make the pins and what possible materials I would need. When it comes to having a mentor, I explored my options and found that I would probably work more effectively on my own, so I did not take on a mentor. However, that does not mean I did not receive any help on my project. I have many people to thank, including my friends who helped me through the process of putting together all the pins and hosting my event. I began my process by sketching out the characters I wanted on my pins and started to think of what aspect of positivity they could represent. After sketching, I could move on to the digital drawing process where I could finish the designs of each character in Procreate, a digital art platform. After finalizing each piece and creating their template, I could finally cut them out one by one and piece them together in a pin maker. In the beginning, I had some issues with the sizing and resolution of the image for the pins. I also had to cut out each image using the tool that came with the pin maker, and it was very difficult and time-consuming. However, I was able to order a hole puncher that made the job much easier. Once I did start making the pins, there were some that did not turn out too well or were just super messed up in general because of operator errors by me. Another problem I faced was that I did not have enough time to professionally print the backing cards I had originally designed for the pins to be on, so I switched it up a little and made it so that the information could be seen after scanning a custom QR code. My final pins consist of the Fearless Frog, Benevolent Bee, Imperfect Pig, Self-Care Cow, and the Affirmation Axolotl. Each character have their own deeper meanings that were intended to spread encouragement throughout the community. This Self-Care Cow will ensure that you will love yourself no matter what because you are amazing. Take a bubble bath, go on vacation, do some yoga, you deserve it. The Fearless Frog will give you the courage you need to hop over any obstacle life may throw at you. Try new things, travel new places, go out and make new friends because the Fearless Frog will always be by your side to cheer you on. The Affirmation Axolotl believes in you 100%. You are doing great and you have so much potential in your future. This axolotl will be your #1 fan and no matter what, will always be there to support you. The Benevolent Bee spreads its kind words to everyone they encounter and encourages you to do the same. Be the positivity that the world needs and spread your positive pollen to every flower friend you meet. This Imperfect Pig knows what it's like to be flawed in a society that demands perfection. However, this pig chooses to embrace their imperfections because that's what makes them who they are. And you should too. Don't worry, the Imperfect Pig loves you for who you are. I sold these pins for 50 cents each outside of the student union during lunch, and it went great. Many students and teachers stopped by to support, and they all seemed very satisfied with their purchase. Overall, I had a great time holding my event, and it was a great experience creating these pins using trial and error. I hope these pins can influence others to spread some positivity within the community. And that was my project, Positivity Pins. Thank you so much for watching.
Great job, Sienna.
Thank
and thanks
you.
for including a little bit of shout out to Mr. Mullah. Ms. Lundberg, start us off.
Sienna promised that he liked that photo a lot. Sienna, I have 2 questions for you. The first is, what did you enjoy most about this project? And second is, how do you plan on getting these pins out to our community?
So for the first question, I really enjoyed designing the pins. It allowed me to express myself pretty creatively, and I had a lot of freedom in doing so. So I really enjoyed that part. And as for getting it out into the community, that's what I wanted my event to be, is just whoever could get their hands on the pins would just buy the pins they wanted, and then hopefully they would attach it to their backpack or their clothing, and it would spread that happy message.
Great. Around campus, are you starting to see those pins on your friends' backpacks or on their clothes? And how does that make you feel seeing your products out in the world?
It makes me really happy when I see the pins on someone's backpack. There was a backpack on the video that had a whole bunch of my pins on it, and it makes me really happy to see them.
Great. I think we have a question right here.
I think your designs are really cute. I wanted to know if you are selling them on eBay or any other places like that.
So for the moment, I've put a halt to making all the pins right now just so that I can do the rest of my capstone things. But maybe in the future, I was thinking about
creating more of them so that I could maybe resell them or just give them out in general.
Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Sienna, this took a lot of different steps, and you had a lot of different challenges kind of coming up with this final idea. How did you navigate those moments where you were like, oh, I think I'm going to do this. Oh, shoot, I can't. Like, talk us through that process.
I really just went with what I felt was best. If I had an idea, but then it didn't work out, I would just brush it off and try to think of another thing that I wanted to do. And if that worked, then it was meant to be.
So what lessons are you taking forward with you as you move on to university and college next year?
Hopefully in university I get to be as creative as I am now, but I learned from this experience that I shouldn't stress too hard, but I should also, take some things seriously.
Great. One last question, Morgan.
Hi. I also think your designs are really cute, and I love the animals that you chose. And I was wondering how you chose the animals that you did, and if they have any significance to you at all, personally.
Truthfully, I just chose any animal that came to mind, and I was like, oh, hey, that's cute. I'm going to see how I can make that positive, So, yeah.
That's great. Sienna, this is super cool, and I've seen them around campus as well, and it makes me smile every time I see them. So thank you.
Thank
and
you.
Great capstone.
Thank you so much.
All right, next we're going to invite Gracie Tadaki up to the stage, and she's part of Mixli's capstone class called Social Justice and Strategic Organization. So let's hear a video.
Hello everyone, my name is Gracie Tadaki. I am in the Social Justice capstone with Mixli, and my capstone is Living Day to Day, a ceramic self-reflection piece. It took me 2 whole quarters to end up with my final project, Living Day to Day. So I'll be taking you through that journey and how I ended up where I am today. To give you a quick preview, I'd create a daily ceramic piece representative of a certain emotion I felt, or just how I felt in general. With these personalized ceramic pieces, I made a mobile that would help be a reflective piece to others, just as the ceramics were a reflective piece for me. But I spent half a year on a different project until reaching where I am now. So let's start from the beginning. Quarter 1 was mainly the ideation phase of what to do and what the possibilities were. We did a lot of creative exercises and readings to guide us on the path of what we seemed to enjoy most, one of which actually led me to my original project. It was a matter of identity and asked what type of feedback affects you most. Mine ended up being identity feedback. This paper kickstarted my original project and led me to realize that I wanted to do something personal that would help me in my search for who I was, and essentially who I wanted to be. So I thought, why not make my capstone a search for identity that everyone can participate in? Thus, Speed Dating Yourself was born. Quarter 2, up until the end of winter break, was the formulation and start, but also the end of Speed Dating Yourself. The main purpose of it was to make a ceramic piece that would be representative of the person creating it. After an extensive amount of research on adolescent development and communication, I decided to create a worksheet or workshop filled with questions somewhat similar to that of a BuzzFeed quiz that would help the person find out things about themselves that they may have not thought was the most prominent thing about them. It would help them see who they are as a person and look beyond the surface. I got done with an outline of what I intended to do by winter break and thought that I would use winter break to finalize what needed to be done so that when January came, it would be go time. It turns out that quarter 3 was not go time for me. Winter break made me realize that I didn't want to continue on with my current capstone. So from January 6th to January 26th, I was thinking of ways to tweak my project without completely changing it because I didn't want to lose all the progress that I had already made. I liked my idea of using clay as an artistic outlet, but I didn't like that I had to rely solely on others for it. My project didn't feel genuine to me because after even more research, I understood that the search for identity is a process that takes time and isn't something that can be completed within a few workshops and worksheets. The excitement of my original project started to fade when I realized it wouldn't have its intended impact. But then came the night of January 27th. I wanted to find something that made me feel like I did something meaningful and worthwhile. So I took the cons of my original project, turned them into pros, and then Living Day to Day was born. Living day to day is quite literally how it sounds. I woke up with the intention of living life in the present, without looking too far into the future or too far into the past. Every day was a new day for me, and along with it, a new challenge. Before the ceramic part, I would write on a sticky note or a piece of paper whatever I was feeling. It wouldn't be the generic happy or sad, but something abstract and creative, like a daisy in a field or a drop of rain. With my thoughts all on one page, I would go on to create whatever physical form the emotion took. It started off with a rock. That day I felt heavy and weighed down with too much on my plate, but I also felt like an anchor for myself. Despite the weight that I felt, I could stay grounded and pick apart my thoughts to see exactly why I felt this way. On day 3, I made a teddy bear. I felt really nostalgic that day and spent a lot of time thinking of all the fun I had frolicking around as a kid. On day 5, I made a dinosaur that showcased a little bit of my angry side, but I also felt pretty strong. This continued on up until day 31 when I ended with a star. The star both represented the end of my capstone journey, but also the continuation and start of a new journey. I realized that by reflecting on myself in the present day, I was able to see how I could improve what needed to be done. If I noticed that I was particularly emotional one day, I would take time reflecting on why that was while creating my ceramics. And in doing so, I was usually able to quickly overcome it and start off fresh. Along the way, and as time progressed, I noticed that there was more to it than I was initially able to see. In helping myself overcome daily challenges, I was also able to better help and become available to others. My self-reflections worked as a guide for others seeking similar advice. I often found myself engrossed in deep conversation with my sister, both of us picking apart our days and reflecting on them together. What we did wrong, what we wish we would have done, and what we wanted to continue on doing. This reflection continued on as I went along with my project. I could see that there was an obvious pattern in it, that every day there would be a little bit more of the positives and a little bit less of the negatives. Of course, there were still days that would fluctuate from this positive cycle, but the overall pattern gave me the idea to create the mobile. I realized that I could display my thoughts in a spiral pattern, one that started at the bottom and in the center and progressively spiraled upward and outward. It showcased my thought process over the month. As I spent more time picking apart the day, every day would get a little bit easier, and I felt this upward spiral of realization and happiness. But despite finding a project that I truly enjoyed, I still ran into a multitude of problems. The first and foremost being that I really only had 2 months to pull off a whole new project. Although I had very little time for my project, I managed it day by day, just as my project intended me to. And all the research and effort I put into my original project came back to assist me in moving forward. There were still days that I had absolutely no motivation to do anything whatsoever. I would just mush all the clay into a ball and stab it and squish it until I was a little bit more at peace. I realized that I could make this blob of clay my reflection for the day, since the whole intention of it was to convey how I felt. When it finally came time to start making the frame for my mobile, I went to my dad for help. We decided that copper tubing worked best to support the structure as a whole, and that I could use tiny eye hooks to hold the ceramics and support the rest of it with copper wire. The construction itself was meticulous, but surprisingly quick. Overall, I learned a lot about myself over a short period of time. I came to the realization that nothing is ever going to be perfect, but I can do everything in my power to make it worthwhile while it lasts. I wanted to end this whole process and capstone journey by just sending out a final thank you to everyone who's helped me along the way. First of all, a thank you to Mix Lai, who was my capstone mentor and just supported me throughout the whole thing. To Ms. Todd, who very graciously lent me supplies and advice. To Ms. Sebastian, who helped me really grasp the concept of development and student development as a whole. And to Mr. Quayle, who gave me really good meditation advice and just how to go on about it. And then finally, a thank you to my family, who has been there for me since day one. Thank you.
Great job, Gracie. What a cool project. Let's start off with Mix Lai.
Hi, Gracie. So my question for you is, you've kind of gone on a journey through this whole 8 months, right? It's been a long time that you've been working on this project. What's kind of the biggest thing that you're going to take away to bring with you into the future?
I mean, the biggest thing, like, aside from what I already mentioned, is that honestly, you need to find time to, like, do things for yourself as well. I'm, like, a really family-oriented person, so I'm always putting others ahead of me. It's like, you know, family first, friends first, all of that. But then, because initially, like, when I was formulating my new project that I have now. My biggest worry was that it wouldn't have like an immediate communal impact and that I wouldn't be like helping the people straight away. But then I realized that this project, it's like a gradual thing. You need time to go over like and experience the trials and tribulations. And then once you can do that and you've learned and like come out on the other side just with a new mindset and an open mindset, then that's when you can go out and share that with the community.
Thank you.
Great. I love how you took all those daily sculptures and put them all together. Where is that now, and what kind of emotions or memories does that bring every time you look at it?
So it was in the garden, and the past tense is intentional because it turns out it's a very delicate project and the wind is extremely strong in the garden. So I'm currently scouting out new areas. I was thinking the ceramics building. I feel like that's a really central area and it just matches the theme, especially like that entryway where the bathrooms are. I think that would be really nice and people seem to cluster there. And then when I see it, I just think of like my journey, and it's like how far I came in just two-ish months, and like how much further I can go from there. So.
Great.
Hi, Gracie. I really loved your final product, and I think that's such a really cute and pretty idea. I was wondering, were there days where you ever felt like you didn't want to complete a ceramic thing, and how did you overcome that?
Yeah, there were definitely days like the ball that you saw, like it was like anyone could have done that basically, except it's like that's how I felt, like generic, kind of just, you know, out there. So that's how I overcame it. I was just like, I will do something until it becomes something. So yeah.
I really like how you organize this project. Have you thought about maybe implementing this in any like therapy sessions for people who have a hard time expressing themselves?
I haven't thought specifically about like therapy sessions, but I have thought it might be a cool legacy project, or potentially something that could carry on in like the ceramics class itself. Maybe every student makes something just for like a week, and then they can do something from that, because even though it's not a month, a day can still make a difference. So.
Hi, Gracie. Congrats on a cool project. I just wanted to ask you, what was your biggest challenge that made you decide you wanted to switch your project?
Well, it just, when I wanted to do it for like other people as like a whole thing and have that straight away communal impact, I realized that it was like, you can't just do it right there and then. And so, and like I said in the video, it didn't feel genuine, and I was like, I don't want to carry on with this if I don't even know what I'm like trying to teach. So I thought I'll teach it to myself first, and then I can carry it out to the community.
Hi, Gracie. I wanted to ask, what is your favorite piece that you've made?
I mean, I have a lot of favorites, like the look of them. I like the dinosaur, I like the teddy bear, but I also have a carrot. Yeah, it's, I don't know. It just explained my day for some reason, but yeah, I think that's my favorite.
Well, Gracie, I think this was such a cool project, and the lesson from it, take care of yourself, is such an important one for everyone to hear, especially coming out of 2 years dealing with the pandemic and all the mental health issues that have come along with that. So thank you for doing this good work and putting yourself out here and being vulnerable. Thank you. Up next, we have Maya joining me up on stage. And Maya is from Miss Jim's science, marine science and sorry, let me try that again. Maya is joining me from Miss Jim's Marine Science and Advocacy Capstone.
Hi everyone, my name is Maya Burdova, and this is my capstone project called Native Hawaiian Plants. The problem I started with at the start of the school year was I just had too many ideas. Some of you might wonder, but isn't that a good thing? Well, it isn't for me. I'm a very indecisive person and a perfectionist, and those two don't mix well together at all. I went from project to project, always switching because I didn't think my ideas were good enough, or I just didn't like them. This process continued until December, when me, Ms. Jim, and Kumalohi sat together to brainstorm some project ideas that I would be able to finish in the few months that I had left. So, that is how I got to researching native Hawaiian plants. The reason I went along with this idea was not only because the idea set realistic goals that I would be able to finish by March, but also because I wanted to leave a sort of legacy behind. I wanted to create something that people can use for the years to come. For the next 3 months after December, I spent my time researching 10 plants and putting all of the information I learned into a website. I researched these plants because I thought that maybe someday, in the future, someone might decide, I want to plant native Hawaiian plants on the HBA campus. So, they can go to my website and read a bunch of information about the 10 plants that I researched and also get tips on how to propagate and care for them. Or just anyone can go to my website and learn about these plants. It's up to you. My website is called sites.google.com/hba.edu/native Hawaiian plants. Yes, it is a very long name, and I wish it was shorter, but sadly, Google Sites won't allow me to change it. However, for people who have access to my HPA, instead of typing out this long link, you can go through a different long process, or at least longer than I would like it to be. You can go to my HPA, then click on Resources, then click on the Library Resources, bear with me, and then when you scroll down, on the right column, you'll see that there is a link that is called Native Hawaiian Plants Guide. And when you click on it, you'll be redirected to the homepage of my website. When you open my website, you'll see a homepage that lists all of the plants I have researched in alphabetical order. I researched A'ali'i, Halapepe, Iliahi, Ilima, Koa'ia, Kokia'ula, Mamaki, Ohialehua, Pili, and Wili Wili. Each plant has its own page, and you can access it either by clicking on this little tab or by hovering over the home page, and then you can just choose which page you want to go to next. Each plant has this following information: a scientific name, a Hawaiian name meaning, or just something that contributes to the Hawaiian name. So, for example, instead of putting a definition for what Ohialehua means, I put in a short mo'olelo. The only exception for the Hawaiian name meaning is Mamaki because I just couldn't find much information about the name. Continuing on, each plant has a general information section that includes a description of the plant, which conditions it grows in and where it grows, like what altitude, what the plant was used for or is still being used for, and I also included some fun facts that I thought were cool. For example, you can make tea from mamaki. The tea has many medicinal benefits such as tissue cleansing, lowering blood pressure and cholesterol, fighting insomnia and irritability, and promoting relaxation and vitality. 2 people named Bella Hughes and Harrison Rice loved the mamaki tea so much that when they moved away from Hawaii, they shipped dried mamaki leaves to themselves so they could still make mamaki tea wherever in the world they were. They also loved the tea so much that in 2016 they founded a business together called Shaka Tea. And I just think that's super cool. Each plant also has a propagation and care tips section. These tips are just tips. It isn't a full-on tutorial with detailed steps on how to take care of the plant, so that's just a tiny warning. And finally, at the bottom of each page, there are references that I used to get my information from, And on the right side, you can see photos of each plant with descriptions for each of the photos. Overall, I love researching these plants, and hopefully, you will enjoy them as well. I would love to thank my wonderful capstone teacher, Ms. Jim, for helping me guide me through this whole process. I would also love to thank my capstone class for helping me with feedback. And I would also love to thank Kumu'alohi for being a great mentor. Thank you, and if you're interested, don't forget to check out my website at sites.google.com/hba.edu/native Hawaiian plants. Thank you.
Great job, Maya.
Thank you.
Little change of format. Miss Jim is joining us online, but she sent you a question, so don't you worry. Starts with a comment. She said, while choosing a project was a lengthy and non-linear process, when you landed on researching native plants, it was apparent the respect and the interest that you have for the Hawaii community of native plants. So, what is your favorite plant that you researched and why?
I think my favorite plant that I researched is mamaki because I love tea and you can make tea from mamaki leaves.
Great. A lot of skill development over the course of this capstone. What are some of the key skills that you learned that you're going to take now with you as you leave HPA?
I learned time management, which I struggled with a lot throughout the year. It is definitely really hard to set deadlines for yourself and to go along with the deadlines. So for the future, I think I learned to go along with the deadlines and our time management.
For sure.
Hi, Maya. That was a great presentation. Being in your class, seeing how you started off the year and you ended up with such a strong project. I was wondering if you could elaborate a little more on what some of your beginning projects were and kind of how they correlated into your current project.
So I started the year off with wanting to do something with whales. I thought that I could maybe make whale watching trips with the boarders or anyone from our HBA community. But then I shifted towards more of a legacy approach because that would just be a one-time thing and I didn't want to do that. So I collaborated with Kumu'alohi and I thought I could help her with her Waiaka stream restoration project. But then that didn't give me an opportunity to have my actual own project. So I shifted towards researching native Hawaiian plants so that the future projects can use that for information.
Hi, Maya. Great project. I have two questions for you. The first question, are there examples of all of those plants here on the HPA campus?
I photographed Ohialehua and Ka'ia, and the rest I didn't. But I was planning on taking photos of some of them if I find them while I'm here during June.
And my second question is, if someone wanted to expand on your project as a legacy, is it possible for them to get access to your site so that they can continue to add information or maybe put in other plants even after you're not at HPA anymore?
Yes. I was thinking I could put in my email address onto the website so that anyone who was interested in continuing this project and this research, they could just email me and I would grant them access to the website.
That's great, and I love how you're thinking about how this project can continue to have an impact and help us as a school. We have a lot of restoration projects that we're looking to take on, and understanding these plants and their place here in our community is super important. So thank you, Maya, for a great project.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we're going to welcome Ethne up to the stage, and we're shifting capstones again. Ethne is part of Dr. Bill's Humans and Technology capstone class.
Hello everyone, my name is Ethne Wolfenberger and my capstone presentation is called Focus. Focus is mainly about what kind of eyesight people have and how to create a way on devices to make it easier for people who use glasses. I will be going over what my product is, who would benefit from my project, what problems my project will hopefully solve now and in the future, and what I have learned so far. So my project Focus is a website that explains my reasons for wanting to start this project and what my goal for the future is. In the picture below is a page from my website that is my reasoning behind my project, which started from a complaint made from my father who has to wear glasses in order to clearly see his iPhone. One day he said, "I wish there was a way on your iPhone that would change the screen to your eye prescription." And that gave me an idea. I have created other pages on the website that explain what kind of different sights there are and what the main symptoms are caused by them. On the next page over, there are quizzes from other websites that allow people to take and find out what kind of vision they have, and also some information about indications they might have noticed. The photo on the right is a quiz that has the same letter chart you would find at an optometrist's office, and basically what the taker would do is place their computer away from them and do the same actions one would do at an eye appointment when reading a letter chart. Although the quizzes on these websites can't really give the taker an accurate answer, it is still helpful so they can get an idea of how good or bad their vision may be. There is also a page that explains how to use the zoom feature in the Apple settings on the iPhone. This is an important addition on my website because it relates to what I hope I am able to create for the future. If I am able to get this far, my original plan for this project was to create an app that would change the device screen to the user's eye prescription, which is what my dad wishes his phone would have. I unfortunately wasn't able to continue with this idea because I'm not experienced enough with coding and I wouldn't be able to handle this task alone. Because of this, I hope that future seniors, or honestly anyone who's interested in eyesight and likes to code, would be able to continue on with my project and hopefully achieve the original goal I had in mind. For now, the Zoom feature will be the best option, and I have made simple instructions for those who would like to try out on my website. These instructions include how to set up the Zoom feature and how to set it to the user's taste. I also show through videos how to use the other features that are included in Zoom as in the slide. For me personally, I like to use both of these specific features, but my favorite is the color changing setting, which is the picture on the left. When reading at night without my blue light glasses on, the screen strains my eyes, but with the changing color setting, I can make it so it won't affect me. Follow the text I find is also a really useful feature, but the only time I really use it is when playing Sudoku so I can see the little numbers at the bottom. Those who have perfect vision or near perfect vision won't find much use in my project, but all are welcome to learn more. The main audience I am aiming for are those who have issues with their eyesight and would like to learn more about that. An audience like this would include the following different types of vision, which is reading glasses, sizing, distance, and different prescriptions. Of course, these aren't the actual and scientific names for them, but they're the names that I came up with because they're easier to remember and made sense to me. I have added a section in my website that goes into detail about what these different visions are, and I hope this will benefit those who experience problems that relate to the different types of vision. There are many problems that come with wearing glasses that include computer vision syndrome, or for short, CVS.
Headaches, nose pain, and eye strain are other common symptoms too. I know very well about these problems because I also suffer from these when I have to wear my glasses for the computer. My father is another victim of CVS. Luckily, the Zoom feature helps reduce the problems caused by wearing glasses, and I had him go through the instructions on my website, and he was able to turn on the feature and use it whenever he needed. Although I wish I would be able to use my original idea, I am very pleased with how Zoom works and how easy it is to use. Along the way during this project, I learned an overwhelming amount of information about eyesight that I never thought I would learn in my lifetime. Still, I am very glad with what I was able to learn because I have been able to weave it into my daily life by using the setting features that I learned. Other than learning about vision, a big takeaway from this project for me was being able to create a website. Before starting this project, I didn't know where to begin, but now I have a fully functioning website and will be able to use this for future projects. Something that this project made me realize is that I'm not really good with reaching out to others in a timely manner. And what I mean by this is originally I planned on asking an HPA alumni who is majoring in computer science if they would be able to help me with the coding of my app idea. I unfortunately lost track of time and never emailed them, thus leading me to my website idea. And also, another thing that I realized was that I would need more coding classes other than just introduction to programming to come up with my app idea. But there is still a lot more room for me to learn more about vision, coding, and how to make life easier for those who have a hard time seeing a device screen clearly. I hope that in the future, I am able to complete my original goal and help my father. And I want to give a special thanks to Mr. McKenna and Dr. Bill for helping me find the right path to take during my Capstone adventure, because without them giving me the idea of making a website, I would still be trying to figure out how to code my app and wouldn't have gotten far. So thank you for taking the time to listen to my Capstone project, and have a nice day.
All right, congratulations, Ethne. We've got, again, Dr. Bill is joining us online and has the first question. And he said, it was great to see your connection with your family and how that inspired you. But what do you think would be next in terms of helping more people understand these tips and tricks, maybe in the retired community that aren't so familiar with websites?
That's a really good question. So I'm hoping that in the future I can work more on my website and make it more noticeable to the community. And from then, I hope that if the elderly have grandkids, their grandkids can help them put it on and everything like that. And if not, with the website, there are instructions for them that I've gone through word for word, as if I treated it like if my grandma were to look at the instructions and go from there. And so I'm pretty sure that they would be able to follow through.
Great. Now you actually helped Dr. Bill with this as well.
Yeah.
Talk a little about that.
So during one class period, I was trying to figure out a way how to go around my original idea, and that's when I found Zoom. And I was just toggling with the settings, and I said to Dr. Bill, hey, this is pretty cool, you should try it out. And I helped him put it on and everything, and he seems to like it, so.
Yeah, no, he told me about it, and he says he uses it all the time now.
Yeah.
So I think that's great. And then one way where the student is now also becoming the teacher, which is great. What are some of the big takeaways? You talked about time management, but in terms of having to go from this grand idea and having to have those moments where you're I don't know if I can really execute. What did you learn from that process, and what would you tell a student who is in that situation maybe next year in their capstone?
Yeah, I had a really hard time with trying to plan my time well, because in the beginning, like I think all the way to January, I still had the idea like, oh, I'll email that guy and I'll ask him to help me with my project. But then I was like, it's too late now. And so then from there, I had to come up with my new idea. And for my advice to future students is just like, get it done. Just push through, email the person that you want to, and hopefully you'll succeed with it.
We have a question from the audience.
Hi, Anthony. This was a really cool project. I was just wondering, what would like the difference be between just using glasses as like, you know, while you're using your laptop, rather than actually using the website? Like, what's the difference between those two things?
So, with the glasses, you tend to get like common problems like eye strain and blurriness after you take them off. And so with the website that instructs how to put on zoom, with it, hopefully you won't have to rely on your glasses so that you have to like zoom in on the screen, kind of, you know? And so it'll be able to focus on whatever you are reading about instead of you having to like put on your glasses so that it won't be blurry and like you won't have to hold it to your face so closely.
Great job. I'm very proud of you as an advisor to see how well you did. I think as we talk about vision, you've often mentioned it being an age-related issue. However, in today's classrooms and environment, students are spending way more time on screens. Did you do any of your research look at maybe what are unique challenges for students starting to have vision problems, or what they could do even here at HPA to address this so we don't have vision issues later on, since your generation is so exposed to screen time?
That's a really good question. Thank you. I personally noticed of course, from quarantine and how we had to do classes online, that my vision declined from it. And so now I have to rely on my blue light glasses whenever I do homework at home. And so, yeah, I think it would help kids in school who use glasses to either see the board or see their electronics. And it will hopefully, I don't really think it would incline, but I hope that it will like stabilize and not decline people's eyesights.
Great. And thank you. This is such a fascinating topic, especially in the age where we are now. Everyone's on their phones, on their computers, and how that relates to vision and computer vision syndrome that I didn't even know was a thing.
I didn't either.
Yeah, so thank you for raising awareness on this important topic and also providing some solutions that are right here at our fingertips. So great job, Anthony. All right, and our last capstone presentation, not only for this session or today, but for the entire week, Lily Cassis, come and wrap us up.
Hi, I'm Lily Cassis, and my capstone is titled, How Do You Think? So one day, sophomore year, I'm sitting in the library, and my friend Ava comes rushing in. She goes, "Oh my goodness, Lily, did you know some people think in words?" And I was like, yeah, how are you thinking? And so that's what really got me interested in this. And it turns out that Ava is a fully visual thinker. So she doesn't have any internal monologue or any voice in her head that reads to her, anything like that. And I'm a hybrid thinker, so I think in both images and in words. Now, before I get into how this ties into my project, I just want to clarify some background information. So there's different types of thinkers: audio, visual, and hybrid. So Ava, visual thinker; me, hybrid thinker. And that's a spectrum. So you can be someone who thinks mostly in images or mostly in words, but that's still a hybrid thinker. There's also an audio thinker, which is someone that thinks only with an internal monologue and has no pictures in their head at all. Okay, let's get into what I did.
My idea for my capstone project was, can I see the different types of thinking using an EEG? So an EEG, also known as an electroencephalogram, measures the electrical impulses that go between neurons. So the way that neurons work is that one neuron sends an electrical impulse along a little wire to another neuron that receives that electrical impulse and in turn send it to the next neuron. And that's how thinking works. It's very simplified, but it's how thinking works. And so the way that an EEG works is it notices all those electrical impulses that get sent between neurons and it records them. And it tells you the frequency and the amount of those little impulses. So those little lines, those little lines on the EEG reading that's right there show the frequency of those electrical impulses, which tells you a lot about how that person's thinking, how much they're concentrating, how much they're paying attention, if they're distracted or if they're hearing something. So my idea was, could I see the differences between audio and visual thinkers using an EEG? So my capstone project was 3 parts, my research and my analysis, and then an emotive setup guide and a physical setup video that will help students in the future to use the EEGs and set them up at the school. Because Ryan and I were the last 2 people that were using them this year. Ryan and I created a website where my emotive setup guide and physical video are, as well as some setup guides she did, and both of our research is also on there if people want to look at it in the future. So the first part is my research.
So first, let me tell you a little bit about my research process and what that looked like. So this was my first participant, Caden, that you're seeing right now. And his data actually never made it into the research because I had trouble with timestamping the readout. So every step, I need to know what step of the experiment the person is on so that I can compare it to that step of the next person's experiment. But with Caden, I didn't realize that my program wouldn't automatically do that, and so I didn't timestamp it myself, and I wasn't able to use any of his data. But it was a good learning experience, and for my next participant, Ava, I was able to have a lot better connection with the EEG, which Caden and I struggled with a lot, and I was also able to timestamp it so that I could compare it to my next participant, and that was Michi. And when I did Michi's experiment, I developed a better system of timestamping, which was that I took a video of the stopwatch and of Michi doing the thing so that later I could go back through and make sure that my timestamps were correct. And I also struggled more with the connection with Michi because she had thicker hair and it was a lot harder actually to make a good connection when the person has a lot of hair. But I was still able to get really good data out of Michi and out of Ava's experiments. And that way I was able to compare them, which I'll show you now.
So here is the website that Ryan Berger and I put together. My research is here under the Lily's Research tab. And it walks through this presentation, my process. This is a document that I created that walks through the methods, what I did for my project, and some analysis of my project and my conclusions. It also includes a few steps that I would have taken if I had known better, and steps that I would hope someone who was going to repeat this project or do a similar project would want to take. There's also a sheet that shows my data and the analysis of that data. It is a complicated to look at, but once you understand it, it's actually quite simple. It's got excerpts of thinking from each thinker when they're doing the same question. So if you're on question number 1, for example, step 1 was the passage. So here are the brainwaves recordings of participant 1, or N, while they were doing step 1, while they were reading the passage. And then there's a little bit of analysis of that. And then while visual thinker A was doing that same passage, and here's their thinking. So those are interesting. You can tell just from these two, like look at that first one. It's a lot faster, pretty consistent. And then the second one is more spread out and pretty inconsistent in area. Like the top has a lot of activity, the bottom has a lot of activity. That's like the sides right here. And then the middle not as much. It's really interesting to see those differences. And those differences hold throughout most of the rest of it. Then this page, other aspects of my project, takes you here to the emotive guide page. And this is where there's a document that details how to set up the Emotive software for people next year who want to use Emotive. It shows how to download it and what you need to do to get the license, and then how to download that software onto your computer once you have the license. I also created this video that helps explain the physical setup of the EEG, which to me when I first started was pretty confusing, but this video walks you through setting it up, connecting the electrodes, things like that. I'll just skip through it quickly so you can get an idea. So there's how you put the electrodes into the cap, and then you set up the gel so that you can connect it to the sensors, and then putting the gel into the sensors to get good connectivity. Clearing the hair out of the way so that you can get a good connection. So what did all this research get me? What are my conclusions? It's hard to tell because I had such a small sample size whether any of my data is really generalizable or if it has any bearing in the real world, but I did see a lot of differences between audio thinkers and visual thinkers, and those differences could be due to other things that aren't about their visual or auditory thinking. But it does mean that it's possible that there are differences that we can see using an EEG, which is super interesting, and more research is warranted to figure out if that was a fluke or if there is real differences. So in conclusion, I'm really excited to keep doing this research in college and for people at HP to continue doing this research with the tools that Ryan Berger and I left behind. Thank you all so much for coming.
Great job, Lily. This is a fascinating research project. Dr. Bill is joining us online, and he said, how would you use this to learn about young children and create a more effective learning experience for them?
Yeah, so one of the big ideas that Dr. Bill and I talked about a lot was how this could be applied to the community and to like the population. And something that we came up with was that eventually, if we can like dial this in and get really good at using the EEG to predict what kind of thinkers people are, that could eventually be applied to younger children who haven't yet learned how to think about their thinking. And so you could put the EEG on them and learn from that what kind of thinking they were doing, and possibly use that to help personalize their education.
Until that work is done, how does somebody know, or how do you as a researcher identify an audio thinker versus a visual thinker, or someone who's in that hybrid spectrum?
Yeah, that's one of the hardest things about this kind of research, and it's why not a lot of research has been done thus far about this. I read one of the first things that I read was a study similar to what I did, but they used MRI, a magnetic resonance imaging technology that's studies where the water goes in your brain. And when they did that, they got some results, and their conclusion was kind of this is what we found, but we don't think it's accurate because we don't think the survey that we used accurately decided whether people were audio or visual thinkers. And so what I did was I really just used my friends. So Ava was an easy one because she's my best friend and we talked about it all the time. And Michi also, I just walked into my classes and I'm like, hey, do you guys think in pictures or words? You want to be in my capstone? And it's easy to decide if someone has a voice. I can give you 3 letters, X, W, Q. And can you, without moving your mouth, say the letters in your head? And if you can, that means you do have a voice in your head. If you can't, you don't have a voice. But it's harder to decide for sure if someone has pictures or not.
Right. Great point. We have some audience questions.
Hi, Lily. I thought your presentation was super interesting. It's so cool. And I'm excited to see what you do with it in the future. But I was wondering how long it takes to actually set up the EEG, because in the videos you showed, it did seem like a really kind of a big process.
It takes forever. So the first part of it, when you have to first put it together, and you have to make a record of where you put each wire. So there's, I don't know, a lot, 32 little wires, and you have to make a record of each place that you put them so that you can tell when you look at the data where the readout is coming from on the head. So that part takes half an hour once I got good at it to put them in accurately. And then once you put it on the person, you have to try to get good connection and get their hair out of the way and put the goo in. And that part takes an hour-ish.
Oh, hello, Lily. It's a great project, and I'm just wondering, like, the ways you think, like, impact your talent, and can you train yourself to be a certain type of thinker?
Yeah, so there's not like a definite answer on this, but it's something that, I don't know if you've ever taken like a test prep class. When I first took a test prep class, the guy was like, this will be easier if you can shut off your internal monologue because you can read this faster. And that was like part of what I was like, what is he talking about? What is going on? And that was like an original idea of my project, was to like test reading speeds of people that had different things like that. So there's not like a definite answer to that question, but there are supposed to be at least different things that you're better at or like more prone to doing if you think in words versus in pictures.
You know, Lily, this is an awesome project. I really like this. If a rising senior were to kind of take over this project, what would you like to see them kind of accomplish, knowing that they still have free choice in this, but what would you like to see your research kind of continue into?
Yeah, I think it was hard for me to like have a lot of people because of what we were talking about earlier. Like it's hard to decide what kind of thinkers people are. So if I was going to do it again, I would, or if someone else was going to do it in the future, I would encourage them to like try to get a large amount of data rather than like, I have like 3 or 4 people. So I would encourage them to like, even if they're not 100% sure of like what kind of thinker the person is, just try to get some kind of vague idea and then take the data, because it's like a lot easier to compare if you have like a lot of data.
Yeah, this is such a cool project. So I was wondering, does different parts of the brain signify whether you're an audio thinker or visual thinker?
So not that I found, but that was one of the things that I was interested in looking at when I did it, was that like the auditory cortex is like more on the side of your head and then the visual is more in the back. So I was looking for it if I could see if there was more activity in the back or in the sides. And I found like a couple of examples of that. So like that's possible, but I couldn't see that for sure.
Okay, I think we have one more question way in the back. Mr. Muma's getting his steps in today. I can repeat the question. So, Lily, did you analyze the brainwaves when people were talking versus thinking?
I did not do that. The whole experiment is like an online, it comes with the emotive software. So it kind of like walks you through and like, so I put the EEG on the person and connect it. And then they just like click through, they read a little thing, they see some pictures and they answer questions about it. So there's no talking involved.
Well, this is great research, and it's such a cool way to analyze a problem using technology to look inside someone's mind to try to figure out how they think. It's fascinating. So congratulations on this awesome research project and starting this work for hopefully someone to continue it on here at the school. One last question, sorry. Put that mic back on. You talked about the future and what you were planning to do. Can you share a little bit about where you're going for university and what you're planning to study and how this has influenced that trajectory?
Yeah, definitely. So I was thinking at the beginning of the year either of majoring in biology or in neuroscience, and this definitely like continued my interest in neuroscience. So I'm definitely going to like continue that in university either as a major or a minor. And I am, my university plan, I'm taking a gap year and then I'm going to Simmons University in Boston.
Wow, congratulations, that's great. And congratulations for a great project that's leaving this awesome legacy for future students at the school.
Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody who joined us online and all the teachers who were joining in, asking these great questions. We did it. This was the 2022 Senior Capstone Showcase. Thank you for being a great audience and for all the teachers, students, and employees that came from multiple sessions to see all the great work that these seniors are doing. And one final thank you to Lily, Gracie, Maya, Sienna, Brenda, and Ethne for coming up on stage and being part of this last great session. All right, we did it. Thank you, everyone.